It's a miracle, I tell you. It's a miracle. Last week, I told you that there was no doubt about that I bought on Lazada another rebar bender for 115,000 pesos plus 28,000 pesos for shipping, 143,000 pesos. I put it in my cart, and then I tried to get Lazada to assure me that there would be no additional charges for shipping. They spent an hour on the phone. They couldn't confirm that, so I canceled the order. Before, during, and after that day, I was calling up the company that sells the machine. Now, this is the miracle. This is a miracle, I tell you. And I got in touch with a guy. I don't know what his name is. I can't understand him. The connection between the Philippines phone system is really not high quality at all. But anyway, whatever he said his name was, I didn't understand it. So I said, I'd like to speak with the secretary. That name I heard, Jamie, Jamie. Well, he said, you can't. Her husband died. Okay, so I understand why she's not answering her phone. Can you tell me if you have the rebar bender in the warehouse? Because he said he was in the warehouse. No, sir. Why can't you tell me? You're in charge of the warehouse. Yes, sir. Just tell me if there's a rebar bender on the inventory. No, sir. You have to call the secretary. So what that means is that there is no rebar bender in their warehouse. They're a middleman, and they're ordering it from another company. That's normal. I guess that's normal. So they don't have to keep that stuff in stock. It's understandable. When can I speak with Jamie? You cannot, sir. Her husband died. Well, when will she be back? I don't know, sir. Okay, I'll call next week. So, that was last Thursday. I called Monday. Excuse me. That was last Thursday. That's right. That's a week ago. So I called starting on Thursday night or Friday morning. One of the two. Today's Saturday. Yeah. So she is still picking up the phone and still breathing. And then when you say hello in English, she hangs up. So I called up the guy in the warehouse, and his phone has been busy for 2 days. His phone has been busy, non-stop busy. I mean, every time I push redial, it's busy up until 6 o'clock at night when I stop. So this morning at 9 o'clock, he answers the phone, and I said to him, "This is the person that wants to buy the rebar bender. When will you be able to tell me if they have the rebar bender in stock?" And he says, "You have to talk to the secretary." I said, "Well, you said call back this week. It's 1 week." "Yes, sir. The secretary's in the hospital. Her husband had a heart attack." And I told him, I said, "You said the husband died." "Yes, sir." "But he's not dead today?" "No, sir." Okay, so we went from the husband dying to now the husband's in the hospital. So I said, "Well, when should I call back about the rebar bender?" Next time, sir." "What do you mean, next time?" "Next time, sir. You call back next time." "Well, is next time today?" "No, sir." "Is next time tomorrow?" "No, sir." "Is next time next week?" "Yes, sir. You call back next week." So now I have to wait, I don't know, a couple more days. I wish I could record all of these stupid conversations I have with these stupid people that answer the phone and say stupid stuff. The husband went from being dead and the woman's at the funeral to the husband had a heart attack. He's in the hospital in 7 days. It's a miracle, I tell you. Anyway, so that's one tool that I would have on my way right now, but no one will tell me how much the shipping is. They're sure it's going to be $560. They're absolutely sure about that. But it could be an additional $600 to bring it the last 10 miles. I won't pay it. I will simply go to Manila and buy the machine and bring it back myself. It's not complicated. It will be complicated to do that, but I refuse to pay $1,200 to do something I could probably do for about $500. An evil demonic force, what a name. I can't seem to affect you. A certain guy summoned me at the price of his eternal suffering. But I'll be damned. You are too mentally strong. You're untouchable by use of demonic forces. That clown that suffered up the demonic forces, I believe he did that. I also believe it will be reflected back at him tenfold. And let me tell you, I'm not kidding about this. I read under the tutelage of Norm Tolson, who trained us in the esoteric knowledge of the universe in general. Every philosophy, every religion, we briefly passed over, but in-depth Wicca and black magic and in-depth Buddhist meditation and Zen meditation, in-depth, and Hatha yoga. And the book that we read all together as a class, 6 students, was called Tell Cult Power. And this is back in 1972 is when I met Norm Tolson. I was still in high school. That book will tell you how to sell your soul to the devil. The Tell Cult Power. And I mentioned this in yesterday's live stream. You know I'm telling you the truth, because if I'm lying, then the book had to be written after 1972. But I read the book in 1972, and we went over this in class with a master or a guru that protected us from actually getting in harm's way from the satanic forces of the universe. This is real stuff, folks. You people don't believe this, but you can literally, in 5 minutes, with the use of that book, you can literally sell your soul to Satan. Now, this isn't fictitious. It's not imaginary. It's not an hallucination. It's a fact. The book, Tell Cult Power. Hey, Jim. Good morning. Thanks for stopping by. The book, The Tell Cult Power. In the book. It's a miracle, Jim. It was a miracle. The book, The Tell Cult Power, will give you an exact direction how to sell your soul to Satan. When it happens, you will not think that, okay, I'm done with this incantation, now I have the power. You will not think that. You will know it for a fact. You will feel Satan enter your soul. I'm not kidding you about this. You will see Satan. You will feel Satan. Now, I could tell you that what you're going to feel is not what you believe to be so. I know this for a fact. We went into great detail with these incantations with Wicca and black magic. We summoned forces that you can't even begin to comprehend, with the caveat that Norm Tolson, who was a mystic master, had us under his protection. so that we did not get tricked by Satan, because he's a tricky little man. He's a tricky little fellow. Let's leave it like that. And so, when I say the book, The Tell Cult Power, will teach you how to become one with Satan, it's a simple process. It's not like a complicated thing that takes like a week or a month or a day. It takes about 5 minutes. But you'll pay with your eternal soul, your immortal soul. You'll pay the price. Now, and he's not all powerful. He's only powerful over those that believe he has power over them. If you, from somebody like myself, I wouldn't care if 100 witch doctors got together. I'd cut my hair and my fingernails and give it to them on a platter. Nothing's going to happen to me. Now, you got people out there that think otherwise, but that's because they're hallucinating. And they're hallucinating because of something that they're putting in their body. Whatever it is. I don't know what it is. Could be alcohol. Could be marijuana. Could be any one of a number of external substances, but that's causing their brain to hallucinate. But one thing that you will not be hallucinating about is when you perform the ritual to call upon Satan. I won't tell you what it's going to feel like, but I know. You're not going to believe what it's going to feel like. If I told you what it's going to feel like, then you wouldn't believe it. But when it happens to you, you're going to say, wow, I didn't expect it to feel like that. But it will. And that doesn't mean that I sold my soul. It just means we experimented with calling on demonic forces under the caveat that it was just an experiment, or Norm was teaching us about the satanic rituals. And believe me, my girlfriend, my first girlfriend, was a real witch. So, and when I moved to Florida to live with her, she worked in the biggest witch and warlock dispensary of goods for incense and spells and books and candles and talismans and stuff like that up in Osceola County. This guy is the biggest warlock in Florida. I would imagine he's still alive. And we see Super Chat. Thank you. I got to put my glasses on. A very nice Super Chat too. Louis Pagan Ponce. That's right. Those say, you know, Louis. I'm going to segue. Those same substances that bring you peace of mind for a certain period of time, they also elevate your inability to deal with reality. In other words, Flying Circus put up a good video about a drug called Xanax. And if you followed through with that, the man who actually made the original video about Xanax, I didn't know about this until just yesterday when I watched the guy's video. But Xanax is some sort of a depressant. But you build up a tolerance to it like heroin. And the more you take, the more you need. And he said that some people are taking 50 pills of Xanax a day in order to get that same initial calm. And then after the pills wear off, and 12 hours is their half-life, he said, then you become more anxious. There's more anxiety. So whatever substance that you put in your body for that short period of time in the form of a chemical, it also compounds the problem. So I don't know what substance compounded a simple flat tire into a disaster that everybody on YouTube had to hear about for 3 days. I don't know what would do that. I used the reference that I got on a plane. I went to Traverse City, Michigan, when I was 33 years old. I bought a 188-ton barge, 30 feet wide and 50 feet long. Got a book on how to navigate. I got a book on the maps of the Great Lakes and navigated from Traverse City, Michigan to New York, 1,700 miles by waterway by myself with no help. And I had to fix the motors, and the stern drive blew up, and my dad had to come to Michigan to help me fix the stern drive in Port Austin, and other things broke, and the gear pump broke, and we had to build a whole new gear pump because one was not available for that machine, and I had to take 7 tons of metal and propeller apart with a crane that wouldn't really reach where I had to reach, so I had to set up a pulley system with come-alongs and chain hoists and put it on the deck of the barge and clean the oil and clean the metal particles out of the blown stern drive unit, and then bring it to a machine shop and make gears and send them out and have them work hardened and buy universal bearings, the universal the bearing in that it's a cross bearing with 4 bearing caps on it. It's the 40. I think it was the 4550 bearing. It's 8 inches in diameter. I had to pay $500 for a bearing and then modify it and weld it to a plate and then cut the stern drive, the drive shaft of the stern drive. I had to put a plate on both sides of the universal bearing and then cut the stern drive that much out of the stern drive and then weld the plates to both halves of the stern drive, top and bottom, and then take the bearing caps apart, take the unit apart, bring the unit to the barge, pick it up with the crane and the pulley system that I had and lower it down, and then put the bearing caps on. And then I had a guy named Don who was a professional welder, weld the bearing caps on, but I did all the rest of the welding. And then that unit lasted all the way from Port Austin, Michigan to New York, and I did all of that except for my dad and I built the gear pump, and he helped me with the universal bearing part. I did all that myself when I was 33. And we have a clown on YouTube that couldn't handle a flat tire. He lost his mind over waiting for somebody else to fix a flat tire because between him and his brother, they were incapable of fixing a flat tire. Either they fixed it with a donut and they had to wait 3 hours, and that destroyed his mind for 2 days waiting, or they couldn't fix it and they had to hire a tow truck to fix it, and that destroyed his mind for 3 days because he's incapable of fixing a flat tire. He wasn't real explicit, but it's not that he's incapable of fixing a flat tire that he lost his mind. He lost his mind because there's some sort of imbalance in his brain where he can't handle normal stress. A flat tire and 3 hours of waiting time in an automotive shop is a normal amount of stress. It's just a normal amount of time to have a flat fixed or to be in an automotive shop. Probably it's a short period of time. But that's what we have on YouTube. We have incapable, non-able people professing to be more than what they believe themselves to be, either because of a chemical imbalance, because there's a chemical involved and he's not taking the right medication. We don't know. We don't know those things. But we do know that to get a flat tire and to wait in an automotive store for 2 or 3 hours is not unreasonable. But to hear about it for 3 days and the crying that went on, that's not reasonable. My God, what about the trip I just talked about on the barge? It took 3 months and 2 days. I was out on a cold ocean and cold lakes where if I fell in the water, I would be I'd get hypothermia in 3 minutes and die. What about the storms I went through? What about lashing everything down on the barge and going through 16, 17-foot seas and 60 boats being sunk on Lake Erie while I was out in that area? What about all of that? What about when I took it from New York to Florida by myself in the middle of the damn winter in snow and sleet? And I never complained about that. I actually enjoyed it. It tests your mettle, shows you what a man can do under stress and under duress and not fold. This guy folded under the pressure of sitting in an automotive shop to wait to have a flat tire fixed because he couldn't fix his own flat tire. Now me, I would have a kit with rubber plugs. So if I had a flat and I'd have an air compressor, I could go out into the shop and get my plug kit and my air compressor that I keep in my automotive when I had a car. I could fix all of that right on the road. If it was 3 o'clock in the morning in a rainstorm, I'd still be able to fix it. This guy broke down in the middle of the morning and couldn't fix a flat because he's not capable of doing higher mathematics, intelligent English comprehension, and intelligent writing. He's not capable of anything on any kind of stress level. Just destroys his brain. And I see more Super Chat. Oh my God. Today's a good day for Super Chat. Yay, Super Chat. So, Louis Pagan Punts again. I see now. The little fella probably purchased a book on changing a flat tire, and between the both of them, they gave up. No. The two people, two grown men that own a car. Here's the problem with that story. And it is a complicated story. Two grown men get into a car that one grown man owned for X amount of years. Now, either they had a donut, which is only good for 100 miles, and they put the donut on the car and brought the tire to the gas station. And they had to wait for the tire to be fixed, which is normal. You got to get online. Or they didn't have a donut. And then they had to have the car towed. We don't know that because he would not be honest enough to tell you whether the car was towed or not. Because if the car got towed, that means they left the house on an incompetent level with no spare tire or no air in the donut. Whatever, 2 hours in an automotive shop and a flat to be fixed is not something to lose your mind over. It's just not. It's just a normal everyday occurrence. Now, when I could go through the rigmaroles that I did on the barge, I could make 1,000 hours, 1,000 videos. I already did that. I'm not going to harp on it for the rest of my life, but when something happens, I just take care of it. If I had a flat tire, I might not even mention that. I might mention I had a flat. But I wouldn't cry over it. The crying part comes from inside his head. He doesn't function as normal people function. He's not capable of functioning on a normal level. And I see, I see green. Oh my God. Okay, so the little fella probably purchased a book on how to change a flat. And between the both of them, they could not. They gave up. They did. I don't know. Why didn't they fix the flat? Let's say they had a donut. Okay, so you have a donut, and now the donut didn't have air in it, right? A donut is a smaller tire that the newer cars come with. Well, that means that you are incompetent, or your brother is incompetent because he doesn't occasionally check the donut to make sure there's air in it. That's incompetency. If you have a vehicle, every once in a while, general maintenance requires that you go into the trunk, check to make sure that if you have flares, they're up to date, and if you have a spare tire, it has air in it. And if you have an air pump, it works. Not wait till the car breaks down and then find out that stuff doesn't work. That's incompetency on every level. So one story of what I just said had to be true. But certainly what is true, for a man to have a nervous breakdown over a flat tire is not normal. That's not normal. There's an imbalance up here somewhere. And that same man is now doing black magic because of his inability to take care of his problems in life. He's now calling on the satanic forces of the universe to do his dirty work for him. And that will backfire on him big time. There's no doubt about that. Scott says, that's a story I have not heard. Sounds interesting. And then, the Bantallion Brawler. Oh my God, he hasn't been around in a long time. Oh, wait a second. Oh my God, you know what I have here? I have a pot. I have a pot. Lewis Pagan Pounce. We're going to beat a pot. Beat a pot. You know what? Today is a special day. You know what that means. It means I'm about to go deaf. Lewis Pagan Pounce, Salamat. Bantallion Brawler, Salamat. Oh my God. Wait till I put the ultimate I'm going to destroy what's left of your credibility video up, live stream up. I'm going to destroy someone's credibility on YouTube and prove that they have been lying about a multitude of subject matters over the last 3.5 to 4 years. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Lewis Pagan Pounce. And thank you, Bantallion Brawler. I have no idea who the Bantallion Brawler is. I have no idea. Somebody's been sending me money. And thank you very much. Wait, on or before January 10th, if you think that guy had a nervous breakdown because he couldn't fix a flat between him and his brother and had to wait 3 hours in an automotive shop, wait till I destroy his credibility where he keeps saying, I am the only one on YouTube that tells the truth. Wait till I prove all of his so-called truths to be false statements. I'm gonna do it! I'm gonna do it! I'm gonna do it big time, too. I'm gonna do it in a way that he won't be able to rebuttal it. He won't be able to rebuttal it. It's factual. And I'm going to show the documents that prove I had the permit for the hotel back in 2016. I'm going to give you the permit number. I'm going to show you the permit number. And I'm going to show you the plans and the permits. And you could call up the building department in Panglao, and that will prove that I have a permit, number one. Number two, it will prove that the permit's under my name, Michael Fazio. And number three, I'm going to give you the law stating that Michael Fazio can work on his property and why. Make no mistake about it. That's just going to be 3 of about 10 subjects that I'm going to destroy his credibility on. The other ones are going to be whether or not I ever owned an Ocean Racer, a 31-foot, an SR 3311 Formula Ocean Racer, and whether or not I ever owned a Cobra. I'm going to look for those registrations. I think on the 16th, I have that slated to find that box in cargo can number 2, 16th of December. But I won't be doing it until on or before January 10th of 2022. But I'm going to destroy every aspect of anything he's ever said saying I don't have permits? Well, when I show you the permit and the permit number, what is he going to do? Crawl into his hole? It's where he belongs. Crawl back into the hole that you crawled out of when I'm done with your credibility. That will be the only safe place for you on YouTube. You won't be able to rebuttal my truths. You won't be able to say that registration and that registration number that I put on the screen, you won't be able to call that false for the boat or the car. I'll show you my damn FAA license, Federal Aviation Airframe and Power Plant license. You won't be able to disprove that. You won't be able to disprove my permit number and when it was issued. And you won't be able to disprove that I'm allowed to work on my property and build a hotel. None of those things you'll be able to disprove. So at that point, find a nice rock to crawl underneath on YouTube and stop blogging. Because that's what you should do. You should get off YouTube forever. Your mind is not capable of complex thought. And I have another secret that has to do with something that you said today and yesterday. That's going to rock your world. I do. You are such a foolish little man. This stuff comes out of where? What part of your brain does this stuff come out of? I don't know. I don't know. It's like it magically appears. You are the most negative person in YouTube history, bar none. Bar none. Nobody comes close to you in the YouTube Philippines vlogging genre or any other place on YouTube that I've ever been. Nobody. You have some sick people out there like that Flying Circus puts up, the guy who makes the Sparnups. That's a sick man. He's not near as sick as you are. So here's what we're going to do now. I'm going outside. I ordered, I'm going to finish reading the comments. I ordered that tool that you see a picture of, the Power Miter. I ordered the most powerful Makita metal cutting saw that they have with the most options. And it's actually not the most expensive. It's a new model. I think they're pushing it. Or, I don't know why, but it's a few thousand pesos less than the most expensive model, but it has a more powerful motor and a deeper cutting depth. The previous model, the 01 we'll call it, could cut 4.5 inches. This model can cut 5 inches, 5x5 square stock. So I don't know why, but it's got a deeper cutting depth by 1/2 inch, and the motor is a full 200 watts more powerful. And it's also almost 2 kilos lighter. So it's the newest model. And I don't, and it's a continuous use motor. You can use it. In other words, if I had, if I was cutting rebar for an hour without the machine shutting off, it will do that. The other machines have a 30% duty cycle, which means you could use it 20 minutes an hour, and it has to cool off. If you put a fan on it, you could get 50 or 60% duty cycle out of the motor. But without a fan, without something to cool the motor down, this one has 100% duty cycle, so you could just run the machine all day. And once I start building the railings for the outside perimeter of the balconies, I will need that. I'll be cutting stainless steel, and I'll need that extra motor power. So hold on a minute. So We're going to go outside and I'm going to paint the plywood. It might even rain, but I don't care because it's latex paint and I'll just cover everything up. I'm going to read the comments. Then I bought another bucket of paint yesterday. Here it is right here, another bucket. And I bought more surgical duct tape. 3 more rolls of surgical duct tape. And another 16 liters. Another 16 liters of isoelastic paint. So this super chat will definitely come in handy for that. Evil demonic force. What a name. I have to tell you, if he thinks a flat tire is bad, wait until it's time for me to collect. Wow. You know, evil demonic spirit. See, we know that evil demonic spirit, whoever that is, he may be an evil demonic spirit. We don't know that. But what he just said is true. Listen, all throughout history, people have sold their soul. You can Google it. Bob Dylan did it, and he's sorry he did it. I believe one of the Rolling Stones did it. I also have heard stories that the fella that runs Led Zeppelin did it. Okay, so, and that's one of the reasons for those symbols on one of the Led Zeppelin albums. Now, I don't know that that's true, but Bob Dylan admitted it. But I'm telling you, I have seen and felt a satanic force, and I know what it feels like. It has a certain feeling. When it happens to him and it enters into his immortal soul, which I believe it already has, so it's really past tense. He knows what it is. He just doesn't know what he paid to get those so-called skill sets. But he will. So evil demonic force is saying that the price that he paid is a lot more than the benefits that he can reap in this world. And it only works on certain people. Certain people cannot be hexed. It's just not possible. It has a lot to do with old souls, the actual karmic report card that you've built up over all your past lives, how powerful your immortal soul is, things I don't get into in any great depth anymore because no one's really interested in that. But being that he brought it up and put a black magic altar on his show and then admitted that he had an altar set up, we may as well talk about it a little bit. I have those 3 recordings with the timestamps. I don't know what I could do with them, but I have them recorded in full with the timestamps and the comments. So if he tries to deny it, I'll just post it. But I can't post it because it's one of them's got his face in it. The one with the candle burning ceremony, it's got his face in there. He's calling on demonic spirits, and he put his face. You're not allowed really to post that stuff because it's got his face in it. He knows that, and he'll use that to get my channel get a strike. So, and he does this with this no face and then takes the video down, and he struck out Passport yesterday on one of his videos. He's a very sadistic little man. Make no mistake about it. He's a very hateful, spiteful person. And it's going to backfire on him. Paradoxical Q says, that's right. I recall the video Michael did on road working on his truck in somebody's yard in the cold. That was my backyard, my house in New York City. I was changing the starter and the batteries in that video I think you're talking about. And there was a guy in the video named Peter, and we were both dressed to the nines with thermal suits and Carhartt jackets and stuff like that. That was my truck in America, my cousin. Long story. Anyway, demonic evil force, evil demonic force. Gotta go. The ringing of that pot has way too many overtones of the power of light. Thank you, demonic evil force, for stopping by and your input. Louis Paganpont says, you are right. he divinely is a whole, all right. He is. He is no doubt satanic, inclined to do satanic. Look at the things he says about. Listen, I'm going to be straight up and down clear on this. I'm not a subscriber to Dimple's show. I wouldn't watch another Dimple show. If she puts on 1,000 shows, I won't probably watch 10 seconds of any of it. She doesn't interest me. Her channel doesn't interest me. Her subject matter doesn't interest me. Her topics don't interest me. Her personality doesn't interest me. But I wouldn't call her a derogatory name. This guy went out of his way to call her, being that I'm not mentioning her full name, I'm going to call her the C word. I'm going to call her a whore. I'm going to call her a bitch. And being that I don't use her real name, I can say those things. That is evil. That is outright evil, in my opinion. He knows what he's doing, and he knows how to circumvent the system. And everything that he calls for, when he calls for somebody to go take care of Barry, when he says, either it's going to be legally or monetarily, or you're going to get put in jail, or it's going to be personal. That is not a threat. That is an absolute threat. That is no doubt he's saying that it could get personal between him and Barry. That's a threat, outright. It's not an insinuated threat. It's a threat. And he always adds that caveat, whether it's legal or jail time or deportation or monetary or personal. Oh, that's the thing that I'm going to, on my last breath, that's going to happen. Well, dude, you are cursing yourself. You are cursing yourself, and don't be surprised if something like that happens back at you. You are calling for those things to happen to other people, including myself. Don't be surprised if what you call on a satanic force to do to someone else, don't be surprised if it happens to you. That's the way it works. You just don't see it because you're too stupid and you got involved with satanic forces of the universe without knowing that it can backfire. And it might. It just might. So, and we all know why you're doing it. In case anybody's new to my show, you are going over the top, off the rails, off the chain, for hate speech on Michael Fazio that you call Puss Leg, you call the Yellow Man, you call Peg Leg. I'm going to die from Mr. Mercer Man, Tumor Man. You are going out of your way to name every derogatory term against me for one reason and one reason only. You want me to threaten you physically. And you're not going to get that. You're not going to get me to say it or even imply it. That's why you're doing this, you moron. Do you not understand that I understand what you want? You want from me what Barry gave you on a silver platter. Barry, no doubt about it, Barry threatened you. And you can take him to court for that. But you cannot take me to court for anything I've said using the NBI or even cybercrimes. So now you threaten to take me to court with lawyers. I guess you could do that. It's going to cost you a lot of money. At the end of the day, there's not going to be much benefit for you from it, but I can't stop you from doing that. But I can tell you that no matter what you say, I'm not going to threaten you physically. You already tried that. It doesn't work with me. So this is, you've spent the last 6 months getting more and more and more violent and more accusative and more threatening towards me, and it has done no good. All it's going to do is you bring me to court civilly. I'll show them the videos with your face of you calling on a satanic force to get, who was it in that video you wanted? The guy, the prawn eater. the prawn, the guy who eats the prawns. And what do? Every week I eat a lot of prawns. Now, if you can connect the dots, well, then I guess I'll have an attorney that will collect the dots as well. So you'll take me to court. And what, at the end of the day, will it be? Civil charges? 1,000 peso fine? You're an idiot, dude. You are an idiot. You are trying to get me to threaten you, and it's just not going to happen. But you are a stupid man to continue for 6 months along these lines or more. You got Barry to do what you want him to do, and you call Barry's girlfriend the C word and a whore, and you think that that's normal? That's not normal, dude. That is negative. Negative to the point of being satanic in nature. And you lost your mind when Barry's girlfriend said you attacked her children. Because you know, for anybody out there listening, you want to know why he lost his mind? When he said Dimple owes him an apology, I never attacked your children, and he went on and on about that for 3 days. You want to know why? Because that's a no-no. And he knows legally that's a no-no in the Philippines to attack someone else's children. And now you know it. It's not that he did or didn't do that. It's that she said he did it. And he also said, deflected from when and why she said it. He deflected as to him saying, you should go see your children for Christmas. That's not attacking your children. That's not why Dimples said, you went after my children. Why she said that, word for word verbatim, is because he showed Dimples' children in a live stream and doxed her and her children and the name of her husband and her husband's name and face. He did that. That's why Dimples went after him, saying that he attacked her children. That was an illegal thing that he did, especially going through Facebook. So he deflected and said it was because he's trying to protect her children. That's not why she attacked him. She attacked him because in a live stream he posted her children's pictures. Now, a lot of people saw it. It's not that he could say he didn't do it, but he's making an excuse of why she said he's going after her children. You people, you can't follow everything that he does. He puts up 4 or 5 hours of nonsense every day. But that video exists. I saw the video live. I watched it happen. And I didn't think anything of it. You know, it just him being him. He's a sick person. It's what he's been doing for the last years and years. He needs professional help. He needs professional help. He needs professional intervention. He keeps saying, I'm crazy. Why am I crazy? Because I'm building a hotel? Why am I crazy? Because I paint stuff to protect them from the weather? Why am I crazy? Because I spent $5,000 in the last few weeks on tools and supplies? Why am I crazy? I'm just a guy that's going to build a hotel. And that he keeps saying don't have plans, but when I prove I have plans, I can just go like this. Here, want to see something? Here's the plans. Here's the plans right here. This is what I'm going to show when the time comes. Here are the plans with the permits numbers on the plans. Here's the plans with the permit numbers and the dates that the inspectors signed off the permits on. I'm going to destroy your reputation about me not having plans, me not having permits, and me not having proper approved building permits from the 5 inspectors: electrical, plumbing, sewerage, building, and environmental. 5 inspectors signed off on my job. Not only that, I can build the hotel. I'm allowed to do all the work I want in the yard. So all that money that you spent on lawyers and time and stuff like that, you should check the legalities of what I do here. Perfectly legal what I do here. And this is the plans. I got them out so that when I go, and I'm going all in on this, I'm going to prove him to be a liar and a thief of people's time on YouTube. Not going to stop. Not going to stop. Not going to stop. I just explained to you why he got so upset. He knows he screwed up by showing Dimple's children and her husband on their Facebook. He knows he did that. That's why he went nuts yesterday. You owe me an apology. I didn't threaten your children. I didn't. No, you did. You did. I saw the video. I saw the live stream, man. You showed her children on your live stream. Now Fazio said you did that. Everybody knows you did it. You are either you forgot or you did it and you're deflecting, which is what you say everybody else does. I saw it happen. And because you hid it doesn't mean someone doesn't have the video, because someone does have the video. But either way, what you did, and Dimple's accusing you of threatening her children. Not me threatening you. I'm not threatening you. I'm just telling you that I saw what she saw. That's all. But what you did, you later found out was probably not a good thing. So you're deflecting. And that's what you do. Okay. I'm going to let you watch this wall over here for a minute. I'm going to check the comments and then I'm going outside. I'm going to paint. I'll be right back. Yeah. I'll be painting in a few minutes from now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I gotta finish my snacks before I go outside. I made these snacks out of pure fat. You see this? This is the fat from the pork. And what I do is I fry it up and get it nice and crispy. But I cut it into like 3 8-inch chunks. Here it is right here, see? So this is the fat from the pork, the lean pork. I cut the fat off the side of the lean pork. And I get it crispy. And then I put it on the cardboard to get some of the oil off it. And it's like, it's crispy fat. But this is another way for you people to save money and have a healthy snack. Depends on what you think is healthy, but this is pure fat, crispy. You hear the crunchiness of it? Well, this is a lot more healthy than eating Wise potato chips. And this is a lot more healthy than eating what I think they call chitlins, the pork belly. And in the store, you pay, no, I don't know what it is now, but 2 years ago, I bought a couple of bags for the NBI. The officer, I said to him, you want, maybe I'll buy snacks? And they said, well, not for the NBI, but for the whole office. For the whole building, actually. And I said, what is it? What would be a good snack to buy for Filipinos? And they told me pork bellies. And I said, well, where would you buy that stuff? And they said, in the bottom, in ICM, there's a store. I should make a video of it. That sells pork rinds and pork bellies and chitlins and every kind of poisonous fatty thing that you could imagine that comes off a hog. They sell it. So I went into the store, and it was only a snack for their lunch, because they all eat in a common area. They all, at 12 o'clock, they all eat in a common area. So I bought 6 bags, 900 pesos. I don't know what, they don't put the price on the bags. I said to the lady, 900 pesos. That's $3 a bag. And you only get 5 ounces in a bag. So it's 60 cents an ounce for that crap they sell you in the store. These pork, pieces of pork, this is just pork fat. You can get this, literally, you can buy this pork fat for 100 pesos a kilo. So you could make these pieces of pork snackers, I call them popcorn fat. You could make this for, you don't even need oil. You fry them up in their own, you fry up the fat, it makes its own fatty oil, and then they get crisp in their own oil. You could make that for $2 a kilo. Where if you had to buy a kilo of pork rinds or chitlins, whatever they call those things, it would cost you, for 5 ounces is $3. 5 ounces is 150 grams. You'd need 15 times 3. You'd need $40. $40 to buy a kilo of those store-bought things. You'd need $40. This costs 100 pesos for the same amount, and it tastes better. And those things are not always crispy. So one of the bags, when I opened up when I brought it in for the men, I opened up the bag. It wasn't even crispy. I said, these aren't even crispy. He goes, well, that bag is probably old. So they mixed in the old bags with the new bags, and there's no way to tell until you buy it. And once you buy it and open the bag, there's no returns. That's not a good deal. But you could make thousands of pieces like this for 1/10 or 1/20 of a penny. You could make thousands of crispy popcorn fat in your own home, and you make them and you can have them hot fat popcorn, like popcorn. It's a lot healthier than Wise potato chips or Lay's potato chips, or that crap they sell you in the store for 60 cents an ounce. So, and it's, not only is it good, but it's good for you. Because fat on the carnivore diet keeps you from getting hungry. Fat is good. Fat takes a long time to digest, and it keeps you from being hungry for the rest of the day. So this is like my finger licking good too. That's the best part about this. An amazing thing pork fat is. It tastes good, it's good for you, and it's dietetic. Because this is carnivore carnivore friendly, baby. That's true, though. I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you the truth. Fat is something you should eat on the carnivore diet. You don't throw the fat out from the steak or the pork or the whatever you're eating, chicken. You eat the skin. The skin is good. I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you the truth. Now I need water. Let me read the comments. Definitely. Dave White, Michael, can Americans own land in the Philippines? Absolutely not. You're not allowed to own land in the Philippines. I rent with a lease. It's my land. I can own the building on the land, but I can't own the land. What is mind-boggling, says Louis Pagan Ponce, is, in fact, you could own land for a period of time if you're married and your wife owns the land and she dies and you don't have children. The land, I think, reverts to you, and I think at that point you can own it, but I'm not sure if you can keep it. I think you can own it long enough to sell it. I'm not sure about that. I don't really care about that because I'm not concerned about that. I'm not married. I'm not getting married, and I don't care about that, so I never looked into it. What is mind-boggling, says Louis Pagan Ponce, is that he doxes Dimple's kids and swears up and down that he did nothing wrong. Well, he did do that. I saw that. And I know somebody that has the video, so he can deny it all he wants, but somebody that I know said they have the video. Louis Pagan Ponce, not only is that type of name calling negative, it is downright low and disgraceful. So, yeah, in other words, in real life, if he called, listen, we could go into who could beat who physically. Barry could beat him or he could beat Barry. We could do that forever. If he said that to Barry's face about Barry's girlfriend, I'm sure there would be a physical altercation. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind it would get physical. Now, but he would never do that. He's a coward hiding behind his computer screen. So Louis Pagan Ponce says, not only is it the type of name calling negative, not only is that type of name calling negative, it is downright low and disgraceful. Little man, do you think Dimple's father would appreciate it? Do you think that Jimmy's wife is not happy with you? Now that's another whole nother concept altogether. You know, she has to put up with that crap, and she does. Why, I don't know. Well, we could make an educated guess, but if he said that kind of stuff to most people in real life, his day wouldn't go like he had planned when he woke up that morning, that's for sure. That's all I can say about that. And in real life, he would probably be into a physical altercation, and win, lose, or draw, he'd probably never do it again if he ran across the wrong person. No matter what the outcome of the physical altercation was, he would say, well, that wasn't a good idea to say that to the guy's face. We'll just stick with calling people names on YouTube. I got to go outside and set up the paint. You're coming with me? And don't believe anything you hear about me not building a hotel. I'm building a hotel in the Philippines, a 4-story hotel. Don't believe I don't have the money or won't have the money when the time comes to do the job. I will. Don't believe I don't know how to do it. I do. Don't believe that he somehow thinks that he's going to stop it, the process of me building a hotel. Ha! He's got another guest coming on that for sure. I don't know why he thinks like that, but again, it reverts back to having hallucinations. Okay, so the plywood that I'm going to paint is right behind me, and I'm going to paint that plywood. It's actually starting to rain, but I see a clear sky. On half the sky, I'll show it to you in a minute. On half the sky, I see a clear sky. On that half over there, I see rain clouds, but the wind is coming from a direction with the clear sky. So we're going to go and get the paintbrush and the paint, the white paint, And I'm going to paint the plywood. Actually, what I'm going to do, let's see. What am I going to do first? I got to set the plywood up. Uh, I got... I got a... I could... I don't have a place for the plywood. I'm going to have to paint the plywood in place and then move it over to on top of here. That's what I'm going to do. I'll be right back. I got to find the paint. Okay, I'm going to open up my container and then look for the paint. That's the brushes. And I gotta change my shirt. Gotta go yellow. Gotta go yellow. I don't know where that yellow paint went though. But I got a yellow shirt. Take off my nice on-time backhoe shirt. I got my yellow shirt right here, ready to go. It's all wet. Shut off the lights. Okay, the lights are off. I'm not using gloves today because it's latex paint. I don't care about that, the glove thing. I gotta put my nice yellow shirt on. Now I have to go on a quick search for the paint. I'll be right back. Thought I had it back here, but I don't see it offhand. No, not there. It's not there. Not there. Not there. Not there. What? Not there. Not there. Not there. Okay, I'm beginning to believe that it's not on the ground level. So let's do this slightly different. Let me just open up a new, let me put the cream on my hands. And I'll just open up a new container. I have another pail of this down here. And I'll just open up. I'm trying to think of what the last thing I painted was. I wonder if it's up on the roof. If it's on the roof, I got stuff to paint up there, you know. You know what I'm going to do? Yeah, let me get that plywood painted first. I can always paint the 2x2s later this afternoon. Ah, it's a beautiful day to go up on the roof. I'll just open up a new container. This paint, surprisingly, this paint that I'm going to be using, the prices of some things have gone up 30, 40, 50%, and the paint has not gone up at all in 6 months. It's still $64 a bucket. Surprised me. Okay, so I really want. I'm going to open up a new bucket of paint. That's all. That solves the problem. Then I'll either bring this bucket up on the roof. I really wonder what this weighs. I think it's got to weigh close to 50 pounds. They didn't have it on the bucket, the other buckets. Mayan buntag. Hello. No, they don't have it on the pail. I don't really want it up here. But I do have to open up this bucket. Not so easy. I got to get a pair of pliers. Be right out. Okay, I'm gonna open this butt pail up, even though I have another pail, because I'm gonna use at least a gallon down here, so that'll lighten up the weight of the container for sure, which is a good thing, because it's really heavy the way it is now. If I gotta hump it up to the roof, I don't know where that other bucket went. The other bucket could very well be in cargo can number 2. And if that's the case, well, this has yellow paint in it already. I mean, it has some of the latex paint in it already. So I'm just going to mix in some fresh paint in with this paint. Ah, here comes the sun, baby. But that's a good thing. Yellow. As soon as I said the word yellow paint, the sun came out. An amazing thing, yeah? And thank you again, Lewis and Bantallion Brawler. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate that. And it does help out with my bills, which are many. I went over my bills yesterday in the prawn farm. That's what I do when I get there. I go over how much money I spent. This month, forget the rent, we're over 100,000 pesos this month in supplies, which was 50,000 pesos for the plywood, the pipes, the clamps, the foam, and a few other things. And today was Today was 7,000. That's 57 right off the top of my head. I bought another tool. I bought 10 blades. That was 2,000. That's 59,000. Say 60,000. This paint was 3,000. That's 63,000 plus with the paint. I bought 10 bags of self-tapping screws, which was another 2,000 pesos. So that's 65,000 pesos. I bought the wire tie gun for 8,000 pesos. So that's 73,000 pesos that I spent this month on tools so far. I bought with the wire tie-in thing. I bought, there was 5,000 pesos more in miscellaneous stuff. That's 78,000, almost 80,000 pesos. And then I bought what did I buy from that store? I have to buy a motor, an electrical motor, which is 8,000 pesos. So that'll be 88,000 pesos that I spend within the last 30 days. And then I bought food. I bought foods. I have to go to an affair this month. Before Christmas, I'm going to be buying some foods for an affair that I'm going to, 2 affairs that I'm going to, Christmas and New Year's. So that was about 10,000 pesos on the list of stuff to buy. Oh, yeah. I had a big outlay this month for something else altogether. I won't tell you what it was, but it was a big outlay, and that brings it well over 100,000 in the last 30 days. So thank you for the super chat. It's greatly appreciated. Okay, so here we go. We're going to open this up. I don't know what you could see. Yeah, you could see that. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to take this paint down. It's already mixed, this paint. It doesn't have to be shook up. I'm going to take this paint down, and then I'm going to get a little bucket and put some in the other bucket, and you'll watch me paint the plywood. Another big lie that you've heard is that it takes me 2 days to paint a piece of plywood. So what you're going to witness is about a 7-minute painting for both sides of the plywood, 7 or 8 minutes. Another lie by the creep that says it takes me 2 days to paint the piece of plywood, you'll see me paint both sides of the plywood and the two ends and all four corners and everything, seven minutes. And in order to do that, I got to go upstairs and get a different brush. So I'll be right down. I have an actual better brush, better, faster brush to do that. The brush in that container is okay, but it's not exactly what I want. Huh. Not up there either. Oh, this is just straight up and down confusing. Where did my other brush and paint go? Yeah, this is just straight up and down wrong. Where did my... It got to be in that other cargo container. Well, apparently I'm not going to find it now. I wonder where I put that. It really is unsettling that I put the brush. I saw the brush the other day. I saw it around there somewhere. All right. It's unsettling. Unsettling, I say. Let me go around the back. I haven't checked over there. No, it's not here. That's amazing. Okay, we work with what we got. I know I have another bucket somewhere and I have a better brush. So now I'm going to be working at a disadvantage. Could take 9 minutes. Could take 9 minutes to paint the piece of plywood. Either way, it won't be 2 days, which will crush another lie by the little fella. He likes to say it takes me 2 days to paint the piece of plywood. I don't know why, but he does. He does say that, and it is a lie. Why he does that, I don't know. Why he lies about things that can be so simply proven. I think he does it to excite a response. Or insight or response. One day that'll backfire on him too. Not that. Yeah. Okay. Well, it ain't there, and it ain't there, and it ain't there, and it ain't there, and it ain't there. You want something? Hello? You want me? No? Okay. Where the heck is my other paint? Where is my other paint? Huh. I'm not understanding this. It's not like it's a pair of pliers or something. Hello. All right. Here we go. Huh. It's got to be in cargo can 2. Gotta be. Gotta be in cargo can 2. That's amazing. Luckily, I bought this new container of paint. Because if I didn't, then I'd have to go digging through cargo can 2. I really didn't want to do that. Okay, let's get this open. Yeah. We'll time this out. Have the creep. Hey, creep, get your stopwatch ready. Oh, whoa, that was hard. They added another lip. They actually added another lip a locking lip to the cap that was never there before. That's why it was so hard. First thing you do is take a brush and get all the paint off the lid, because if you leave the lid in the sun, you lose about 3 ounces of paint in in these little holes around here. So there's about 2 or 3 ounces of paint in the lid. So you want to get that? You definitely want to get that, because that's 3 ounces of paint that you just lose to the sun. Just dries up and it's useless. And then what purpose is just throwing away money? Now, unless you're doing a government job and you don't care, the more paint you use, the more money you get. Well, it's not like that here. I paid for this myself, and of course from the people that helped me. And but either way, this paint is paid for. It's not given to me by anybody. If I collect Super Chat, well, that's because people believe that I entertain them enough to earn that money, or they want to see me succeed, and they see me working every day towards a goal, and they don't see me slacking, and they don't see me drinking, and they don't see me cavorting in bars and other crap like that. They see me working, and they like that. Some people like that, to watch me work, and some people like that I work very hard. Not somebody running their mouth on YouTube every day about things they can't prove or things they believe to be true. I am an actual doer, a go-getter, not a fraud, not a liar, not afraid to work. Some people are afraid to work, but we know who they are, don't we? Yeah, we do. Okay, so let's get this on the ground and load this bucket up with some paint. Now, no matter how much paint I use or mix, it won't be wasted. And you never put water in the main bucket. You never put water back into the main bucket. Distilled water, yes. Clear water from the hose, no. It makes the paint, it will actually put bacteria in the paint that will start to break the paint down. So for what I got here, I'm not putting the top back on either. I'm just setting it on top of the can. I'm not putting the top back on, locking it down. Okay, so now let me make sure you can see what I can see. Where is that? Okay. Okay. You could see the 5 sheets of plywood. So hey, creep, get out the stopwatch. And, guapo ka! Mein hapon pod. Ber.
Trabajo.
Yeah, trabajo every day.
You want to help?
No, thank you. Not today. Thank you very much. Salamat. That's my landlord. Okay, so hey, creep, get out your stopwatch and time how long it takes me to paint 1 sheet of plywood. Wait, let's see. We got comments. Let me go through the comments because the sun is coming back out in about 45 seconds. Scott Del Fuego, China is modifying the weather again. Oh, yeah. Flywoods, little fella had to drive last night. Oops. That means driving with no license and no insurance. That's exactly what it means. I heard him crying about that, and he slipped, Flywoods. He does that all the time. He's incapable of following a train of thought and then not making a mistake. Thanks for stopping by, Frank. Frank's name, Flywood's name is Frank. So the little fella, he did say he was driving last night without a license or insurance in the dark, and he did say that he doesn't see well and he doesn't like to drive in the dark. So he was doing exactly what he criticized you. Well, you have a license. He went over the top, said you didn't have a license. He does not have a license. He is such a duplistic little man. A little man, I say, little man. And I mean that in every sense of the word. So I'm gonna start painting these sheets, 5 sheets. Let me, I'll tell you how long. We are at the 1 hour and 35-minute mark. I say 7 minutes per sheet maximum. 5 times 7 is 35. 1 hour and so in 2 hours and 10 minutes into the live stream, I should have those 5 sheets of plywood painted, both sides and all the ends. And the creep says it takes me 2 days to paint 1 sheet of plywood. So let's find out who's telling the truth. And we go. We're gonna go. First, I'm gonna paint all 4 edges at the same time. The creep says it takes 2 days to paint a sheet of plywood, and I started painting at the 1 hour and 36-minute mark, which means I believe I'll be done by the 2 hour and 10-minute mark with all 5 sheets painted, both sides and the ends. Let's find out who's telling the truth, Fazio or the creep. Place your bets here, ladies and gentlemen. Place your bets. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Place your bets. Remember, the creep says it takes me 2 days to paint a sheet of plywood. Remember, the creep says it takes me 2 days to paint 1 sheet of plywood. Remember, the creep says that it takes me 2 days to paint a sheet of plywood. The creep has said it on multiple occasions. His subscribers say that I take 2 days to paint a sheet of plywood. And why? Because that's what the creep says. But is the creep right? I say 7 minutes per sheet. Maximum 8, possibly 9, but not 2 days. But we're going to prove the creep wrong again. Once again, we will prove that the creep lies, as he lies about everything. Everything in his repertoire is a lie. He's a liar. Ladies and gentlemen, the creep lies. Lies and lies. It would be a song that sounds like Fly, Robin, Fly, but it's lie, creep, lie. Lie, creep, lie. Oh, you creepy man. You are such a creepy little man. You lie, you lie. Why you lie, we don't know. You are the creep that doesn't know how to tell time. You creepy little man. You cannot tell the truth. I say 7 minutes per sheet. I say 7, you say 2 days. I could be wrong by a few minutes, possibly, because I don't have the right brush. But I'm not going to be 2 days per sheet, like the creep says it takes me 2 days per sheet. But he is a creep and he is a liar, and I can paint faster than he can lie, 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 lie. He's a liar, sounds like flexible flyer. Liar, 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 pants on fire, 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 fire. Liar, liar. I say he's a liar, and I'm always right. He wakes up in the middle of the night to make lies and lies and lies. Because he cannot do anything himself. He tries to criticize great people like myself, and it looks very bad for him when I prove that he's lying in sin, 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 sin. He's a liar. Sounds like flexible flyer. Sled, 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 sled. He's a liar. It sounds like flexible flyer, 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 flyer. He's a liar. He's a liar to be sure. He's a liar. He should be kicked out the YouTube door, 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 door. Liar, liar, liar. Pants on fire, fire, fire. Liar. One side is done. Now I have to figure this out. All right. Okay. To get the other side done. All right. Okay, let's do it like this. Ho! 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 Ah. He's a liar, I say liar, 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 liar. Pants on fire, fire, fire. He's a liar. I say he's a liar, 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 liar. I'll say he's a liar, 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 liar. He's a liar, 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 liar. I'll say he's a liar. It doesn't take me 2 days. I think I can do one in 7 minutes. I could be wrong by 1 or 2 minutes. Not much more than that. And I'll have the sheet done. Because I am one with the paintbrush. I never lie to my subscribers. I'm telling you, I am not the liar, 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 liar. He is the liar, 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 liar. Why, I don't know. He lies about everything. He tries to destroy my show. He's a liar. We know that to be a fact. He's a liar. It will bounce back on his worthless soul, and he will regret it. Lying about the great Michael Fazio. He's a liar. He's a liar. Liar, 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 liar. He said it takes 2 days for me to paint a piece of plywood. That's not the truth. It takes about 7 minutes. And I'm working under very harsh conditions here. I have no horses. I'm working on 45-degree angle. I'm working by myself with the wrong brush. And I'm still going to come in at around the 7-minute mark that I predicted, because I'm not a liar, 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 liar. I'm not a liar, liar, liar. He's the liar, 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 liar. His pants and his mouth and his throat are on fire, 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 because he's a liar. He's the liar by sure. I'm Tuck Fryer by The Cure. I have my brush in my hand. I will prove him to be less of a man than me. Less of a man than Michael Fazio, you will see. It took me 7 minutes, I think, to paint the sheet of plywood. I started at 136 or 137. It should be 144, 1 hour and 44 minutes. And I will see right now, 1 hour and 43 minutes, 7 minutes for painting both sides of the sheet. That's because I am a better painter than he could ever hope to beat. He can beat me at nothing. He's nothing but a liar. I painted a sheet of plywood in 7 minutes, not 2 days. Not 2 days. 7 minutes, not 2 days. 7 minutes only. I painted the sheet of plywood. He's a liar. 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 Okay, so there you have it. He said it takes me 2 days to paint a sheet of plywood, and I painted a sheet of plywood in 7 minutes. He's a liar! He's such a liar! Why, oh, why is he such a liar? I made him look like an idiot that he is. which isn't hard to do because he's an idiot, and that much is true. He's a liar, liar. He's a liar. He has no credibility at all. I painted a sheet of plywood in under 7 minutes because I am the best painter in the Philippines by far. Yeah, I am. I dare say so myself. 7 minutes for a sheet. Like to see him do that. He can't even pick the sheet of plywood up to hump it around, to flip it over, to do the other side. Because of his sciatica. Sciatica. He is a liar. He lies about everything. You will see. He will eventually sing, I give up. He will eventually be singing, I give up. Michael Fazio is 100 times the man I could ever hope to be. Michael Fazio is the man to go see. When it comes to painting the wood that came from the tree, Fazio is better than me. That's right. Fazio is better than me at painting. Fazio is better at me at many things. Fazio is a better man. We all know that. We're just waiting for him to admit it. Fazio is 10 times the man he could ever hope to be. That's why he lies so much, and that you will see. 7 minutes to paint a piece of plywood. 7 minutes only. Not 2 days. Not 2 days. Not 2 days. Not 2 days. 7 minutes only. I painted a sheet of plywood. He lies about that. He lies about everything. He's a liar, liar, liar. When will he learn that Michael Fazio is 10 times the man he could ever hope to be? Be. You will see. You will see. You will see. You will see. I am better than he is at everything except lying. He's the best liar. He's a better liar. He wins the contest when it comes to lying. He's a better liar than I am. We will admit that. We give him the lie stream award. Okay, I want to check the comments. He's a better liar. You guys like my singing? I was just making that up. That's not a real song. He's a liar. I'm a better man than he could ever hope to be. That's the truth, as you will all see. This is a comedy channel? It is. Are you drunk? No, I don't drink. Haven't had a drink since September, except for 2 ounces of, I had 2 ounces of rum about a month ago. Yeah, I'm using marine plywood. Yeah, go away, Crazy How. Go away now. You don't know why I'm painting plywood? There's no reason to even talk to you. Just go away. They don't have pressure-treated plywood. Why do you paint? Why do you paint anything? Why do you paint the house? Why do you paint the car? Why do they paint machinery? Why do they paint boats? They paint it for protection. Go away, dude. Don't troll my channel. One more stupid comment, I'll ask my moderator to shit can you. Don't troll my channel. You want to see your name up in lights? I'll put it up in lights. I'll remove you from my channel altogether. Your name will be removed by moderator so-and-so by so-and-so. Not why, but it will be removed. One more stupid comment, one more stupid question. This is a man's channel because I do a little comedy. If you don't know why they paint plywood, that's a troll question. Go away now, dude. Go away now. Okay? I don't need you on my channel. There you go. Adios. Bye-bye. You got caught trolling. Got caught with your pants down trolling on my channel. No reason for you to be here. You just want to waste my time? You got a minute on my time. Goodbye, Crazy How. Adios, amigo. Don't let the sun hit you on the way down. Don't let the sun hit you on the way down, Crazy How. Don't troll my channel. I'll tell you now. Why do they paint stuff? Why do car manufacturers paint cars? Why do people paint houses? Why do they put paint on aluminum siding? Why do they paint airplanes? Why do they paint battleships? Why do they paint helicopters? Why do they paint anything? To protect it from the weather, you fool. You're trolling. I don't appreciate it. Go away. Go away. Don't troll my channel. Just go in peace. Don't let the sun hit you on the way down. Go away now, baby. Go away now, Mr. Crazy How. Why does the Air Force spend $7 billion a year painting airplanes? Why? To protect them from the weather. That's $7 billion in the Air Force only to protect airplanes from the weather. Crazy How, go away now. Crazy How, don't let the sun hit you on the way down, because you're gone. Nice to have seen you on my channel. Thanks for stopping by. Have a nice Christmas. Adios, amigo, and all of that. Crazy How, he went away now. He's gone. I hope the sun didn't hit him on the way down. Crazy How, he's gone now. No trolling on my channel allowed. This is an alpha male channel. This is an alpha male channel. No trolling. No trolling. No trolling allowed. Why am I painting plywood? How stupid. How stupid is that? Why would you paint anything? Why would you paint anything? Why do they plate and polish metal? Why do they paint airplanes? Why do they paint battleships? Why do they paint houses? Why do they paint cars? Why do they paint bicycles? Why do they make paint at all? Why should we make paint at all? Why should we protect what we build? Why? Crazy How? That's a troll question. Goodbye. Nice to have met you. I hope you're gone. You don't belong on my channel if you're not smart enough to know why I'm painting plywood. Or painting, period. Crazy How. Crazy How. So it's a legitimate question. No, it's not a legitimate question, Crazy How. It's a troll question to get me to respond to your stupid question, why am I painting plywood? It's a troll comment. And you got that. And you also got relieved of duty. No more questions from Crazy How, because Crazy How is gone now. Crazy How. Crazy How. Goodbye now, Crazy How. Goodbye, umping Kermie, which means take care always. La la la, I'm painting the plywood. La la la. They paint airplanes, they paint cars, they paint motorcycles, they paint the inside and outside of bars. La la la. I'm a good painter. You'll see. I'm a good painter. Better than he. I'm a good painter. I'm a good painter. I'm a good painter. Better than he. Better than he. By 10,000 times better than he. At everything that rhymes. I'm a painter. He is not. He's a liar, that's for sure. I'm a painter. He is not. Did you ever see him pick up a brush? No. He talked about painting an entire building, but you never saw him pick up an ounce of paint or a paintbrush because he had somebody else do that job. He hired somebody else to do the job, and he took pictures of a ladder, a paintbrush, and a bucket. That's what I think. He says he's a painter, and he says it takes me 2 days to paint a sheet of plywood. Well, didn't I just paint 2 sheets of plywood in under 14 minutes? Wow, that means he's a liar. Well, we all knew that, right? Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did, baby. Yeah, we did. Actually, I just painted 3 sheets of plywood. I started at 1:37. I don't know what time it is now, but I think it took about 7 minutes per sheet. Because he lies. He said it would take me 2 days. That's 5 sheets of plywood. I shouldn't be done until December 20th at the rate that he said. So I shouldn't be done until December 20th painting, and in fact I'll be done in less than 40 minutes. He lies. He lies, he lies, he lies, and then he cries. He lies, then he cries. He lies and cries. Lies and cries is what he does. He's a liar and a crier and a liar. He lies and cries every day about something different every day. He lies and he cries and he lies. He said it takes me 2 days to paint a piece of plywood, but I just painted 3.5 sheets in under 25 minutes. He lies, he lies, he lies, he lies. And one day in the future he will arrive. He will arrive at the answer that he's not a real man because he lies, because he can. He's a liar. I'm a painter. He's a liar. I'm a painter. I'm a painter. He's a liar. I'm a painter. He's a liar. Why? We don't know. Why does he lie, lie, lie? Why does he lie, lie, lie? We don't know. We don't know. But we know he lies. He lies and he lies. He lies and he lies. He's a liar and a liar and a liar and a liar and a liar. Why? Why does he lie the way he lies? He lies because he's not a real man. And real men don't lie. I'm not lying to you. I just showed you how to paint 3 sheets of plywood in under 30 minutes. I did. Because I'm not a liar. Not a liar, I say. Not a liar today. Not a liar tomorrow. I'm a man that says what he can. He's a liar. And he lies about everything. Ding, 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 ding. Why? Because he's a liar. He lies about this. He lies about that. He lies about this and that. He's a liar. He's a liar. He's a liar, I say. Let me check the comments today. Okay, so 25 minutes. I painted 3.5 sheets. So that's 7.5 minutes per sheet. Who's the liar now, dude? Who's lying to who? Who is lying to whom? Who is lying? I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I'm not lying to you, baby. He's lying to you. He lies to everybody. That's what he does. He's a liar. He's a liar. He just got caught. Now he will go crawling to his hole. Huh. Huh. Hey, creep! What do you have to say for yourself now? 5 sheets of plywood in 35 minutes, both sides and the ends. Where is the 2-day mark that you said it takes me to paint the piece of plywood? Hey, creep! Answer the question. We know you're watching. You can't not watch because of your sick little twisted mental state of consciousness that you have to see everything that I do so you could make a video or critique it. Hey, creep! Prove it takes me 2 days to paint the piece of plywood. Prove it. Prove it, creep. You're a creep, all right. Christmas is coming. Wait till you see what you got coming for Christmas. A bag of coal. No doubt. No one would ever get you more than a bag of coal. You lie about everything. You lie, you lie, you lie, you lie, you lie. And then you lie some more. Okay, 5 sheets of plywood. I started at 1 hour and 36 minutes. Let's take a look at the time. Mein hapon. Hello. Mein hapon pod. Oh, go away, will you please, creepy Hal? Go away, crazy Hal. You know nothing about construction. You don't even know what the plywood is for, and you're making assumptions. Go away, crazy Hal. You're not welcome on my channel. You know nothing about what I'm doing. I'm gonna make you go away now. I'm going in the house. I'm gonna make you go away because you're running your mouth and you don't know what I'm doing or why or what the plywood is for. So you're trying to degrade me. It's not gonna happen on my channel. Go start another name. Moron. Okay, thank you for blocking him. Thank you very much. Guy, you're just trolling my channel, just wasting my time. I don't understand that. You're a stupid man, Crazy How. I tell people don't troll my channel, otherwise I block you. And you know nothing about what I'm doing or why. Come on my channel cold, and you think you know what I'm doing. I know 10,000 times more about construction than you do. I know 10,000. And I'll wager you any amount of money on that. So go away. Don't let the sun hit you on the way down. Any amount of money on that. So go away. Don't let the sun hit you on the way down. Any amount of money on that. So go away. Don't let the sun hit you on the way down. Any amount of money. Okay, now we're going up on the roof. And I'm going to paint. Now we're going up on the roof. I'm going to start painting the 2x2s for the shovel rack. I'm going to start painting the 2x2s for the shovel and the room. I got about 7 shovels, 2 different hose, 3 combs for the concrete, and 2 or 3 rakes, and a couple of thatch rakes that have to get hung up on inside cargo container 2. So I'll be going up on the roof now and painting the lumber that I bought, I think it was day before yesterday, and that'll be the lumber for the shelving inside cargo can 2, and also I'm going to make a 4-foot by 8-foot piece of plywood with 2x2s every 12 inches down lengthwise, and bolt that into the cargo container at the roof level. And then in those 2x2s, I will drill holes for 3/8 holes, and I will use 5/16 rebar or rod 6 inches long in those holes on an angle to hang my shovels and to hang my rakes, my hose, my combs, and my thatch rakes. So my concrete tools will be on one half of that, and then my tools for my shovels, my long spade shovels, square shovels, all that will be on the other side. So if that guy Crazy How comes back in any form, way, shape, or form, block him again. Thank you. Okay, now, up on the roof we go. If that guy Crazy How comes back in any form, under any name, just block him. I don't care. No more trolls on my channel. No more people that don't know what's going on and pretend to know what's going on. No more at all. That's it. That's over with. No more people that don't know what's going on and pretend to know what's going on. No more at all. That's it. That's over with. In first is not true. They could go in first, but it's not necessarily the only way to do a job. I'm gonna get something from the house. Be right out. I'm gonna get something from the house. Be right out. I'm gonna get something from the house. Be right out. Okay, we're going up on the roof. Me and you and the brush and the camera. Yeah, baby. Up on the roof. Oh, yeah. Hold on a minute. I gotta thin this out for the next part of the job. I'm gonna use a little thinner grate for the shelving. I wanted a full coat of white, thick. But for the next part, I want it thinned out for the 2x2s. I don't really care about that so much, but for the shelving, I wanted white top and bottom. That answers that idiot's question that made the assumption using the first three letters of the word assume as to what I'm doing and why. Don't go on people's channels and pretend you know anything when you know nothing. And don't come back on my channel with any kind of words or apology or anything. I'm not interested in anything that you have to say. You tried to make me look bad by saying how smart you are. And you're stupid for making believe you knew what was going on. You were stupid to assume. You used the first three letters of the word assume for your first name, dude. Don't ever come on my channel and correct me or try to pretend that you know what I'm doing. That'll never happen. But you think you're smarter than me in construction? How much money do you have that you want to lose? That's a good question. Okay. Okay, so this is the view when I build the second floor balconies, which are behind that fire escape over there. This is the view. This is where my balcony will be in actuality from the water. That's the distance to the ocean from my hotel. That's a public street that can never be built on. And these trees that you see blocking the view on the left, they're going to disappear within the next year. They're going to build a hotel next door. So right now, I added some distilled water to the paint. And to mix it up, I'm going to paint these 2x2s and 2x3s. Then I'm going to use some of these for the shelving inside cargo can 2, and some of them I'm taking a 4-foot by 8-foot sheet of plywood, and I'm going to screw a 2x2 4 inches down from the 1 foot from there, and then 1 foot, and then one at the bottom. And I'll be hanging up my shovels and my rakes, and I have 2 combs, concrete combs one concrete shovel, one yard rake, three square shovels, short, medium, and long, and then I have 3 spade shovels, short, medium, and long. Then I have a tunnel shovel to dig tunnels, like a 24-inch spade shovel. The pickaxes will be hung up on there. I have a pickaxe and adze and 2 axes, and all of that stuff will be hung up on one rack. So I just come in, take it off the rack, and put it back up. It won't be like on the floor with all tangled up in, one shovel's tangled up with a rake or anything like that. So that's what I'm doing today. So that moron, Crazy How, that came on my channel, pretending that I was painting plywood for the forms. That's not even form wood, Crazy How. It's not even form lumber. So what do you even know about construction? And to add to that, you don't have to put the utilities in first to build something here. You can put the utilities in later if you want. And that's how they built the building next door. They put all the forms and concrete and everything in, and then they dug around the footings. I won't do that. But I'm not even up to putting in the columns yet. So what are you talking about? You're talking through your buttocks, moron. Don't come back on my channel. Form. You people that pretend that you know more about it than me, let's put some money on the table and find out who knows more about construction. How much do you want to lose? That's the question. Okay, so here is my setup up here. I got my pipes. Hold on. Okay, I got these pipes painted. These are the pipes that I'm going to be using to make the scaffolding around the vertical, around the columns. And then I have a few more pipes under this pile here. I have my basic framework on cargo container 1. I will be building a shelf with these pipes that are on the floor. Okay, so what's going to happen here is this cargo container 1 gets picked up and moved around, and I put it on my property next door over here. On this side, at the height of that railing that goes horizontal to the back, at the height of that railing there, 3 feet over from that railing this way, a vertical stanchion 3 feet high comes up. A cross member from the 3-foot stanchion to the side and over there. And then 2 more pipes on top of that. This horizontal and the back. And on top of those 2 pipes goes some of this plywood as a partial bench. The rebar bender is going to go right there where that rope is. See the rope on the floor? That rebar bender will go right there and get mounted to 3x10s or 3x6s. It's going to get mounted right to the top of the container. So then the shelf will be the height of the rebar bender. This horizontal shelf will be the height of the rebar bender, less 1/4 of an inch, or exactly the height, precisely the height. And then, so there'll be a shelf with a bench that's 20 feet long. The rebar bender and the bench will be 20 feet long. Then going up 2 more feet up this column, there's another shelf coming off of here. 3 feet over, and same thing in the back. There'll be a shelf that'll be for pipe and rebar. The rebar that's going to get used on the rebar bender. This side will be open to build, to prefab the forms, the column forms on this side there. This wood will be used for various purposes, but the 2x2s in this pile are going to get used on the plywood. Well, a few of the 2x2s will get used used on the plywood, and that I'll be drilling holes in the 2x2s on like a 20-degree angle, and I'll be putting 6 or 7-inch spikes, 6 or 7-inch pieces of rebar into the 2x2. And that will act, instead of like putting a nail on the wall and hanging a shovel up, I will be using 5/16 rebar. So it's going to get drilled in through the 2x2, but not through the plywood. I'm not going to drill anything in the plywood itself. Nothing. No holes in the plywood. And then I'll just drill it into the 2x2. The plywood will stop the rebar from going any further. And the 5 or 6-inch spikes made out of the rebar will hold up the shovels, the rakes, the hammers, the axes, the adze, the combs, and the thatch rakes, and possibly some other things. So I'm going to paint this with a thinned out version of the paint. I thinned it out 20% because I don't care. I don't want to paint this white. I don't care. I just want to seal it up a little bit and make it a little bright. That's it. I don't care about painting it. I'm not painting this. I just want to seal up the lumber to keep I have a reason for that. That's my reason is my reason. It's what I do. Okay, so these pipes most of these pipes are designated for a project on this job right now. So Crazy How, he knows nothing about what I'm doing, came on my channel, tried to predict or tell me what to do, and he got canned for it. I know what I'm doing. Hey, hello. I know what I'm doing. I don't need Crazy How on my job. And then for him to try to make me look like that, I don't know what I'm doing. I know exactly what I'm doing. Whoop. I see more troll work here. I see more troll work. We're going to just can you too. Lee 73. Go away, Lee. Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought you were my friend. Okay. Yeah, I did turn off the computer. You're right about that. Thank you, Lee. I thought you were trolling me because somebody's making troll accounts with friends of mine. Now, Lee 73 has been with me for years, so thank you, Lee. Appreciate that. Yeah, you were right. I did hear that later on. Thank you. I don't need people coming on my channel and telling me what to do. When you think you're smarter than me, we'll put some money on the table. Not you, Lee. Not talking about you. But you get somebody like Crazy How that comes on my channel, starts running his mouth. He might even have a contractor's license. It doesn't mean he knows 1,000th of the construction techniques that I know. Does he know how to operate a crane? Can he navigate a tugboat, a barge, or a self-propelled barge from Michigan to New York? Can he operate a live boom, live wire crane? Can he operate a 350 cat drill? Can he operate a backhoe, a track hoe, a trenching machine? Can he do any of those things, or is he just running his mouth? And if he can, I want to see it. I want to see links showing me him operating the equipment. Otherwise, get off my channel. This is an alpha male channel. It's not a sissy channel where people come on and voice their opinions. I don't have an opinion on my channel unless you can prove that your opinion is worth something. Your opinion has to be proven to have worth. If you have nothing to prove your opinion is worthy, even me talking about your opinion, you get blocked. Make no bones about this. If your opinion can't be backed up with factual videos of you doing man work, alpha male construction work, then you don't have a say-so on my channel. It's not complicated. It's factual. Not complicated at all. Okay. Okay, there you go. Watch how fast I paint these boards. Minutes instead of hours. Minutes instead of hours. If I gave this job to a Filipino, he'd come up here with a 2-inch brush. Oh, he'd get every corner and every side, and it would only take him an hour to do what I just did in 30 seconds. They are an amazingly creative race of people, the Filipinos. I've seen Filipinos, I could show it to you. Wait, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn this camera around. I'm going to show you what Filipinos did in 5 weeks, 6 weeks, 7 weeks. It was hard to keep track. It went on for the whole summer. I'm going to show you what 2 Filipino men did for 7 weeks. Day, morning, afternoon, and night for 7 weeks. I'm going to show you something. You can take my word. I'm going to show you 7 weeks of work. And I could have done the same job. I could have done the same job with, at the time I was living with Daisy in this apartment on the 2nd floor. Daisy and I could have come down from that apartment up there, over here on the floor, and did what 2 men took 7 weeks to do. Daisy and I would have done the job in, and without exaggeration, 3 hours, maybe 4 hours. That's it. That's a fact. So let me show you what 2 men took 7 weeks to do, and then I'll show you what they did it with. Is the Stanley House Hotel. And what you're going to look at right now is a 2-inch by 2-inch slatted fence, or slatted like a fence, a barrier, a shade. So basically it's like a trellis, a 2-by-2 trellis, okay? Now, however many slats are there, and however many slats it took to build the other 50 feet of hotel down the length of that roof. Nothing on the other side. Just the length of this roof right here, 50 feet. There's slats all around the front, except for the first 10 feet, there's a gate. So there's 40 feet of slats like this. 40 feet. Plus this 10-foot piece, 50 feet. So however many slats that you see right there, 8 feet high, and 50 feet of those slats. 2 men took 7 weeks to paint those slats, one at a time, on the floor, with a 1-inch, not a brush, a piece of a sock, an actual sock. It was a sock. They wrapped a sock around a piece of wood, like a Q-tip. They wrapped a piece of a sock around a piece of wood. Not even a piece of wood, it was a stick from a tree. They wrapped a piece of sock around a tree stick. And then they put a string on that. And 2 men, right there on the ground, right in front of that pile, right there, right in front of that slatted fence. 2 men dumped a truckload of those slats on the floor. And they took 1 slat each, and they dipped the slat into like a half a quart of stain. And each man dipped their stick that looked like a giant Q-tip, which was really a sock. Each man dipped their stick into the slat, and then each man swabbed the piece of wood with the stain on it. For 7 weeks, it took them to do 50 feet's worth of slats. I would have done the whole job with Daisy, by myself and Daisy only. In 3 hours, I would be done. It took 2 men, 8 hours a day, 6 days a week, 7 weeks. That's 6 times 8 is 48 hours a week, times 2, that's 96 hours a week, times 7, That's 660 hours it took them to paint those slats. 660 hours. I would have done the same job, better, a thicker layer of stain by myself with Daisy. In 3 hours, we would be done and on our way out to lunch. So don't make any mistake about it. When I tell you I can do 5 times, 6 times, 7 times the work of a Filipino, take this into consideration. They were left on their own to paint those slats. I would do it in 3 hours. It took them 660 hours between the two of them, and 7 weeks. And 660 hours at $1 an hour cost $660. I would do it in 3 hours, $150. One quarter of the time, one quarter of the money. And I won't tell you how I would do it because I'm not going to give that information away. But take my word for it. I could do it in 3 hours. Okay, so here's the wood, and here we go back to work. I should have put more water in there, but it's okay. And another thing that you're going to see on this wood that I'm doing now, you might see a few holidays. I'm not concerned about the holidays at all. I'm only doing the lion's share of the wood. I have my reason. Tomorrow I'll start drilling the holes in this and preparing it to be part of my shelf system, my wall bracketing shelf system. I could do it today. Depends on what time I'm done with this. I have another half an hour, 45 minutes to paint these boards, at least. These 3 boards that I'm cutting now are painting. Well, I have a reason why I'm going to paint some boards and not others. Some of the boards will be used as patterns to cut hundreds of other boards for the sizes. And they'll be marked off as a pattern board, and the piece that the board will be the pattern for. Most of them will not be patterns. Some will, and some will not. These are done. And now we're going to start on well. Okay. So what do I want to do here? I want to do these 2, and then I'll do the rest of the pile. Now also there's another reason for the paint, 2 reasons more. One is when I make my pencil marks on here to do my drill holes, believe it or not, the paint will allow me to see the holes better. It will, because I'll have a black pencil mark on a white surface. But that's not the real reason. The real reason is the paint well, there's 2 more reasons. I'll show them to you in a minute. The paint will bring the nap of the lumber up. It'll make it stand up on end, which will eliminate, it will also eliminate a lot of splinters. But it also makes the wood easier to mark with a pencil cut, and to make the lengths and stuff like that, especially for the shovel panel, where I'm going to hang up the shovels. So there's a lot of reasons, but also the biggest reason, the most important reason, is the bugs will not want to, they'll not want to fester up on the painted lumber so much. See, the bugs that you see making nests in lumber, it's usually lumber that's not painted. And the paint actually stops the lumber from absorbing water. And the water is what the bugs live on. Like, if the board is wet, it acts like a sponge, right? The board's not painted, acts like a sponge. Well, if it acts like a sponge, then a creature that needs water to live can live on top of that wet sponge. But if you paint it, not only does it give the wood a bad flavor for the bugs that would live on the wet sponge, but if you paint it, it doesn't let the water stay there. So the water does not infiltrate the wood, so the bugs have less to work with, and then the paint makes the wood taste bad to the bugs. And again, there are many benefits to painting the lumber, and that's just a few of them. One, it's easier to mark it. Two, it's easier to see the marks when you do mark it. Three, the bugs don't want to live on painted lumber. They'll go to a piece that's not painted before they live on a painted piece. And the reason is because it's not absorbing the water. It's a painted surface. The water does not sponge up. So I'm going to go over here and read the comments. I'm going to take a 2-minute break and let you guys tell me what you think about what I'm doing if you want, but no trolling. Lion crying Hawaiian. Thank you for stopping by. Okay, so Lion Crying Hawaiian says, if Mike Fazio says he can do something, be prepared to lose a bet when he proves you wrong. That's right. That guy come on my channel, he's trying to show his expertise in construction by saying, you don't paint, you first to put the utilities down. That might not be how I decide to do the job. I might put the utilities down through the beam boxes. I might put the utilities down after I put the beam boxes in, because, moron, the beam boxes are going to be 26 inches off the dirt. So the first floor is going to be 26 plus 6 off the dirt. I have 26 inches under the floor, 12.5 inches under the beam boxes to lay my pipes and my utilities. But that guy doesn't know what my plans are. So I can put all the beam boxes and all the beam boxes on the whole first floor of the hotel in, and then I can, mein Buntag. I can put all the, where am I? I can put all the beam boxes in. I can put all the beam boxes on the whole first floor of the hotel and still have 12 inches under the beam boxes, like a crawl space. But I won't have to crawl because there won't be a slab down. But that guy comes on the channel pretending that he knows what he's doing. He knows nothing about my plans that I designed for my building. He knows nothing about that. Jeez, the audacity, the insolence for him to come on and think he knows what I'm doing. My God, the insolence, his insolence is great. His insolence was greater than his construction experience. And his ignorance got him booted from my channel. His insolence and his ignorance got him booted from the Alpha Male channel. What do you got to say for yourself now, Crazy How? You made a name for yourself as a fool. A foolish little man who doesn't know when to stop. When to stop. When to stop. He should have stopped while he was ahead. I told him to stop. He should have stopped. He should have stopped when I told him to cease. Cease and desist. I really didn't need to use such good paint on this, but you know what? It'll last that much longer. I could have used interior paint, and I could have paid about $50 for a bucket of this, same size bucket. But I paid $64, but I'm only using about a quarter of a bucket on this, so it's costing me about $15 to paint this lumber. With interior paint, could have used interior paint for this. It's just to make it white. But I didn't. But a lot of this is going to be outside, used outside. Half of, 3/4 of it. So I could have saved about $5 on paint. I'm using a better paint that will last for years, as opposed to an interior paint that would just wash off after a few months. Oh. Ow! Ow. Went right through the glove, that splinter did. And luckily I pulled it all out, I think. Those big hairy splinters on this coconut lumber. That's another reason to paint everything. It keeps the wood from splintering when it gets wet and then dries in the sun. But it doesn't stop the splinters that are already there. That one went through the glove and into the side of my hand. I'll know in about 48 hours if there's anything left in the meat of the palm of the hand. And I'll know better than to slide my hand across it next time, won't I? Yeah, I will. Yeah, man. Uh-oh. It's either raining or the tree is leaking. I think it's raining. So, I have to go get my camera shield. I gotta stop right this second and go get that shield. Hold on. I have it up here. Here is my camera shield. Should do it. Oh yeah, that'll do it. And the water makes the paint thin, yeah? Huh. Luckily, it's just a sun shower. It should go away in a few minutes, I hope. But if not, I'll cover this up and let it dry. It'll soak into the wood one way or the other. Not going away. Okay, time to cover up, baby. Time to cover it up. Oh yeah. Raining pretty hard now. Raining good. A good rain. It's a good hard rain. Cover everything up. With a canvas, I just happen to have right here. Okay. I need 2 more feet cover. 1 more foot of cover. And I got that right here. Coming up. Coming up. Oh yeah, baby. We have plenty with extra left over. Uh-oh. 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 Camera got wet. Turned around by itself. Not supposed to do that. There it is. Okay. All right. Okay, we have plenty of cover. I'm gonna have to take this camera down now. I found another 12 feet of cover. I didn't find it. I had it up here in case this happened, actually. So here's 12 more feet of cover. Right there. Cover it up. Put something heavy on top of it. Again, I will till tomorrow. Okay, we got enough stuff on here to keep it from blowing off. Maybe almost enough. Okay, enough. Possibly enough. Maybe more than enough. The day pieces that I'm about to put on it now in the front, we have enough. We got a big log here. Okay, what I gotta do is get downstairs and get this camera dried off. So, I'm going downstairs now. We're gonna, even though the rain stopped, the rain only stopped for a minute. It's gonna be another cloud coming very shortly too, not a long time from now. If you look behind me, up in the sky, you see that black cloud? That's the next layer of rain that's coming towards us. So I need to get downstairs with this camera now. Okay. It's pretty slippery up here. So I'm going to do this one step at a time. I'm going to get the camera down. You know what? I'll get the bucket of paint down. I can't turn the camera around. Anyway, the camera's freezing up because it got wet. Not supposed to get wet. This one is supposed to get wet and still work, but it doesn't. You can take that Galaxy 21 waterproofing video and stick it where the sun doesn't shine. This camera gets damp and it does weird stuff. It's doing now. It's flipping from one side to the other without me pushing any buttons. So right now it flipped twice. What a piece of garbage. 74,000 pesos, and it doesn't work the way it's advertised. Gets a little wet and it doesn't work. It's not complicated. A little wet, doesn't work. Okay. Okay, so let's put this inside the house. Let's dry it off right now. Okay, I gotta get a rag, shirt, rag, shirt. Let me turn this around. See if it turns around. Come on. Come on. Come on. There you go. Up. Come on. There you go. What a piece of garbage this thing is. 74,000 pesos, and it gets a little wet. It's supposed to be able to go underwater for half an hour. If you put this underwater for half an hour, you could throw it away 35 minutes from now. Okay, let's get this dried off. I got to go put everything away outside. I got buckets all over the place. Lion crying a lion. Yes, we have a typhoon, lion crying a lion. We actually have quite the typhoon, and actually, genius that I am, I left my glasses up on the table on the far side of the tarpaulin. Lion crying a lion says, very, very rude to tell you how to do something when he doesn't know what your skill levels. He just came on as a troll, that's all. He was just trolling. He wanted to see his name. Do you have a typhoon? Yeah, we have the typhoon. Actually, the center part of the typhoon, today is Saturday. The main typhoon is supposed to hit Sunday afternoon and Monday. So that tarpaulin I put on top of the wood, I don't care if it blows off, because by then the wood will have soaked in the paint. I don't really care about that, but that will blow off. Unless I put something like the pipes on top of it, which I could do now. It stopped raining. You know what? I gotta shut this off. Okay, so yeah, we have a typhoon that's supposed to hit tomorrow. When it's gonna hit, I don't know. But we every day at about 1 o'clock, I don't know what time it is, 3 o'clock. Every day at 1 o'clock it rained here this week. Today it started raining at 3. But every day for 10 days it's rained at this time in the afternoon. It makes me believe it's more than a coincidence, to be sure, but those are videos for a different channel that I have. So right now what I really need to do is go up and get my glasses, before the next layer of rain. It comes in sheets. Like one sheet was just now, came down pretty hard. Didn't affect the paint because some of the paint got a little thin. It just went into the wood further. It's not like I care if it drips or runs. It's only going into the wood further. And it's underneath the tarpaulin now. So if it stays under the tarpaulin till tomorrow morning, till it blows again really hard, it'll dry enough that the water won't affect it. And even if the water affects it, it's only going to affect the outside boards or the top boards. I don't really care about that. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the questions. Let me go upstairs. I got this dried off now. I got everything dried off, I think. I won't be able to plug this in and charge it. I have to put it in the toaster oven, believe it or not, for about a half an hour on a very low temperature, then shut the toaster oven off. Because if I don't, the water goes into the charging plug. And when you charge it, it resets the camera to 0. This doesn't work. So I got to hit it with a blower, the commercial blower, and then dry it off. But it's advertised that you can put this camera underwater for half an hour. Yeah, I could put most people underwater for half an hour, but when you take them out, they're not going to work anymore, right? I mean, that's just the way it is. But this camera underwater for half an hour, fresh water, you throw it out. Salt water, you throw it out. Underwater for half an hour, you throw it out. They advertise this camera, the Galaxy 21, is waterproof up to 1 meter of water for a half an hour, and you could take it out of the water and do this and that on the screen. No, you cannot. I got it wet in the rain, and I couldn't even get it to flip over the proper direction. So, okay, so here you go. I'm going up on the roof to get my glasses. That's it for me for today. I'm going to cover up the paint. Actually, look at how much water. This is a lot of water that just rained. It rained really hard. For it to make a puddle on top of sandy gravel, that's a lot of water. And it washed a little bit of paint off the plywood. That's okay, though. Okay, I got to get up on the roof. Get my glasses. I'll be back in a few minutes. First thing I want to do is sort out the plywood, put a cover on the paint, sort out the plywood. Only the plywood that was face up towards the sky, a little bit of it washed off. And that's okay. I don't care about that. Okay, so let me turn this like this. You can see those dark clouds over there. Those dark clouds immediately above the house. I don't know where they're going. You can't tell. But the direction of the wind is different when up there than it is down here. Come on, flip. 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 Huh. It won't flip. That's wonderful. This is what I mean. It's supposed to flip when I flip it. It won't flip. Ah. What a piece of shit. This camera is a real piece of garbage. I can't get it to flip. Mein hop on. I can't get it to flip over. What a piece of garbage. What a piece of garbage. I gotta put it in the house anyway. It's raining again. Oh, it won't flip. There's nothing worse than buying something that's guaranteed to do this, that, and the other thing, and it doesn't work like that from day one. And when I brought it back to the store and told them what happened when it got wet, they said, well, that's it. Even though it advertises to do something else, it does not. It is not waterproof. It's not complicated. They lied about that. They straight up and down lied about that. It's not waterproof. It's water resistant. You put this camera underwater for a half an hour, like they say, and you could throw it out. Okay. It's raining out here, so I'm going to sort out the plywood. You won't be able to see that. And then I'm going up on the roof to get my glasses. And then I'm taking a bath. I'm done. I did a lot of work today. I painted 5 sheets of plywood both sides. I moved them. I moved all that lumber on the roof. I painted that, and I did other work. You didn't see. So. Where is the top over there? Okay. Okay, to the roof. To the roof, and then I gotta lock everything up and turn on the lights. And, oh, I gotta take a bath. I gotta take a bath, baby. I gotta take a bucket bath. We're close. Another hour, I'll be done out here. Just another hour. Okay, I'll be right down. I gotta go get the glasses off the roof. Oh. Looks like it's gonna clear up for a little while, and then it looks like it's gonna come down again. So let me lock this place up. To the roof. To the roof. All right. Okay, time for a bath. Okay. I'll be taking a bath now, a bucket bath. I won't be soaking my leg. I'll do that after dinner in this water here. Oh, I soak my leg every day for 20 minutes to a half an hour and then rub the wounds, and they're getting better. One of the wounds that was that big is now 1/4 of an inch. Another one that was that big is now in 3/4 of an inch to an inch. And one that was over 3 inches is down to about 2 3/8 inches. And they're healing. I thought they would be healed up by July. It's already December. I think I'm going to have to wait another 3 months, 4 months, but at least they're healing. And it is not, as you hear by the trolls, that it's not something called MRSA. It's not that at all. It's their venous. It has something to do with the way your leg pumps blood. The only solution for the problem is, well, a blood thinner, which I'm not on, and the leg is healing of itself. But I have been doing a lot more walking. I walk at least 1 or 2 kilometers every day, no matter. Every day, no matter what the weather is, whatever it is. And that increases the blood circulation, which increases the healing process. So that's working out well. And then after that, it'll take a few more months. But I stopped taking the medicine on November 1st, so now that is 40 days ago. I stopped putting cream on the leg 40 days ago. And it's still healing. So my body has taken over the healing process. Although the medicine did help for a while, you're only supposed to take the antibiotics for a few weeks. I was already up to like 40 days, 35 days, so I had to stop. I chose to stop. I could get all the antibiotics I want. I just chose to not take any more. Okay, so I'm gonna be out here. Oh, I need a pair of pants, yeah? I do. I need a pair of pants to change off into. Oh. Okay. It's still raining out, otherwise I'd take... Well, you know what? I think it just stopped. I'll let you look at the sky. The sky is a beautiful thing here in the Philippines. Very good, very pretty sky. Okay, let's get a pair of shorts. I'll get my special shorts that look like a skirt. And then I'm going to show you what the sky looks like here. Those of you who have endured the process of watching me paint and watching me destroy the so-called truth that clown said, it takes him 2 days to paint the sheet of plywood. Well, in this video, at the 1 hour and 36-minute mark, you're going to see me paint 7 sheets of plywood in 35 minutes, or 5 minutes per sheet, both sides and around the outside edges. 7 sheets in 35 minutes, not 2 days for 1 sheet. So you have been lied to again in regards to how long it takes me to paint a piece of plywood. And it's still raining. No, it's under the tree. All right, I'll let you guys look at the sky. Let you guys look at the sky. Come on, sky. Come on. Flip. Flip. Oh man, it's raining pretty hard on top of this camera, I'll tell you that. I can't get it to flip. It won't flip. So the next best thing, if it won't flip, is to just let it face the sky. And that's the Philippine sky on November 11th, 2021. Yeah. La 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 la. Okay. Taking a bath. In the cold weather. It is cold today, too, to be taking a bath. 78 degrees in the shade where the water is. So, although that's warm water for a northern United States boy, I haven't been in the north of the United States in 26 years. $1993, 7, 27 years. 113, 28 years. Hey, I'll be back over there in about 7 or 8 minutes. For those of you who can. Oh. Ah, ah, ah. Ah. Look. That water's cold. Oh, yeah. That water is freaking cold. There's no doubt about that. Really cold. Oh, well, might even be down around 75 degrees. Oh, I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready for that water. But it felt good. Now it feels good. Oh, yeah, it feels real good. Oh. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Second round is much easier to take than the first round. Because the other pole is nothing on it. Oh, yeah. Feels good. Ah, feels wonderful. Oh, yeah. I'm ready. Okay. That felt good, baby. That felt good. That nice cold water. Refreshing. Like a spring. Water. Ah. Uh-oh. Okay. Huh. Okay. I'm actually done out here. So what I'll do, I'll say goodbye. Okay, so I'm done with my bucket bath. And I still see the same comment from before. Do we have from Lion Crying Hawaiian? Yeah, we have a typhoon. It's been, I think we're in the eye of the weather of the typhoon now because the wind just stopped about an hour ago. So usually for, well, for the last 10 days, it said 16 kilometer per hour winds for 10 days. It's been a lot more than that at some point. Some of it, sometimes it goes up to 16 kilometer per hour is not a lot of wind. We had wind here the other night. I would say it was 30, 35 kilometer per hour or more. So that's for the last 10 days. It's been windy like that. You saw when I was painting the other day. But now it's stopped. But the weather report for Panglao, Panglao, Bohol, says that the typhoon should hit tonight and tomorrow, which means we're in the eye of the storm, the center. And typically the wind lays down for a period of time during the eye of the storm, right outside the central point of the storm. But then it says 10 more days of high winds after Sunday. So theoretically, it should be windy now, but it's slowed down. So I think we're in the eye of the storm. I can't be sure because I'm not in a plane, but and the weather people, they haven't got this right yet. They said it was going to rain at 8 o'clock this morning. It didn't rain until 3 o'clock. Yesterday, they said it was going to rain all day, and it didn't rain until 2 o'clock or about 2 o'clock. The day before, they said it was going to rain all day, and it didn't rain at all. But we had wind every day. So we have wind, perceived wind in the future for the next 10 days. So whatever typhoon this is, it's a big one for have 10 days of. Now the wind has been coming out. Now the weathermen, they're worthless. The wind has been coming out from this direction here, going this way for 10 days. That mayan hapon, mayan utot, mayan buntag. So the wind has been coming out of this direction from this way for 10 days. That should not happen until January. So it's definitely the typhoon. We should not get wind from Alona Beach towards us here until right around mid-January. So now, theoretically, if we're in a typhoon and we're in the middle, the wind should start coming out of the southwest. So we should have opposite winds if the direction changes, and should change by tomorrow. And but yeah, to answer paradoxical Q, no, they can't get the weather right here. They don't even get the weather right for a 3-hour advance. They don't even get the weather right when they say it's raining in Bohol. It could be sunny. And it's not even Bohol. Bohol's 100 miles long. Panglao weather. Panglao is 10 miles long. 10 10 miles, less than 10 miles long, and they can't get the weather right. You could look outside and get the weather right. They cannot get the weather right here. I don't know, they're worthless. The meteorologists they're just completely useless in our country, in America, and here too as well. Yesterday, 2 days ago, said it was going to rain all day. It never rained a drop. Yesterday was supposed to rain at 9 o'clock in the morning. I was on the jeepney at 7, but it didn't rain until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And today, it said it was going to rain between 8 and 9 on through till lunch, 25% chance. And then it started raining at 3 o'clock. They're useless, the weathermen. And I don't even know why there are weathermen. You can actually buy a book. You can put a barometer on the side of your house and a weather vane on the top of your house to tell you which direction the weather is coming. And you can even use a water barometer. You don't even need to have an electrical barometer. We had one that was operated on a 12-volt transformer on my house in America. My dad had it on his... we had it on top of the living room area where the stereo system was. It was like a piece of furniture, this barometer. It had a wind gauge that went up to the chimney and told direction and speed of the wind. And then, hello, man, hop on. Then there was a barometer made out of water in the porch. It was just orange food coloring in a water barometer. It was like wasn't a Hubble bubble, but it was like a Hubble bubble. And with that barometer and the wind gauge and the speed of the wind and the book that came with the barometer, you could tell if it was going to rain or not. And also the barometer told you if the barometer was rising or falling. So, and it didn't matter what month of the year, the barometer gave you, within 2 or 3 hours, whatever it said was going to happen in the book happened. So, whatever they're looking at, they say they're looking at satellites. First of all, there are no such thing as satellites in the sky. You can forget that. There are no, I don't mean to be rude to the people that believe that there's satellites orbiting the Earth, but there are no satellites orbiting the Earth. There are weather balloons, lighter than air weather balloons with instrumentation in them, but there are no satellites in space. There is no space. Nobody ever went to the moon, and nobody's ever going to the moon. So you could forget all of that. And the Earth is flat. So you can take it for what it's worth, but for not for 1,500 years, for 50,000 years, every scientist or genius of the time, of all the epochs in all of history, they all knew the Earth was stationary and flat. It wasn't until the Vatican and the Illuminati and the Masons took over the church that the Earth was round 500 years ago. So you could forget the Earth is not round, it's flat. The Earth is stationary, it doesn't move. Go look up Polaris, the North Star, and see what happens when the Earth is not moving. The stars appear to be spiraling, but the Earth is not turning. And proof of that is that throughout all of history, all the drawings of the sky where the zodiac symbols have been in the sky 20 or 30 or 40 or 50,000 years ago, any records of those constellations have never varied even 1,000th of an inch on the map, on a star map, because the stars are fixed and stationary. So you can believe that or not believe it, but it doesn't matter what you believe. If the Earth was spinning at 66,000 at 1,000 miles an hour, spinning around. The water would spin right off the earth, the oceans. But and then the earth is moving at 66,000 miles an hour around the sun. And then the sun and the earth as a system are moving almost 1,000,000 miles an hour through the galaxies. And that's all spiraling. And all the planets are spiraling around that in elliptical orbits. And then the whole Milky Way galaxy is spiraling around that in elliptical orbits. In the last 10,000 years, the stars would have changed place, but they never did that. Andrew Simon says, Manny Skywatch East had an interesting theories on contrails. Oh yeah, he was pretty cool, Manny. Paradoxical Q, flat earth and the chemtrails in the sky. You know, about the chemtrails, I'm not sure that they always didn't exist in one way or another. It's not because they insert chemtrails into the old movies, because they do that now. You go look at an old Roy Rogers Western and look at the sky. There's no chemtrails. But no lines, nothing. No white lines. They didn't have planes back then, right? But then you look at other Roy Rogers videos made for the same era, back in the 30s or the 40s, and they have lines across the sky. That's not possible. So they're putting that stuff up there. In this time frame, they're putting it up in lines. But Manny was the one who brought it to everybody's attention. He was a genius when it came to that stuff. He said, the logistics of filling up planes with fluid to make lines across the whole continental United States, Europe, Russia, Germany, China, and Japan. The amount of fuel necessary for the planes would be an impossible amount of fuel. Although regular commercial airplanes do have jets. When I mean jets, I mean, spray nozzles, spray jets that spray chemicals out and make lines. They do that. But that's a facade to cover up for the whatever is making millions and millions of miles of chemtrails, crisscrossing the sky back and forth all day, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Where did they get the fuel? Where did they get the chemical to do that? It's otherworldly, and most likely it's otherworldly. It doesn't come from any of our... In other words, man-made resources couldn't do that. Man-made resources, you wouldn't have enough chemicals or planes or fuel to do that. Now, there might be military planes with chemtrails in it. Well, there are military, but there's not enough military planes to blanket. When you leave Florida and you come into Georgia, I think it's Georgia, for a long while, there's nothing in the sky. And then you come upon Georgia, and the whole sky is crisscrossed like a checkerboard. And it's just when you come over that ridge, that mountain ridge, you can see it. Like for 50 miles, there's not a line in the sky. So it's not natural. And then when you come in, when you look over Georgia, there's just crisscross like a checkerboard. It's not from this world. Whatever's making the lion's share of those chemtrails doesn't come from an airport that we know of, or a military base. There's just not enough chemicals. And why would they do that? Well, they say to change the temperature of the earth. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. That was pretty. Mayan, hop on. How many children you have now? 4? Oh, Pot? Mayan, hop on. He's teaching his children how to go fishing. He's got their little fishing basket, and it's pretty cool. He has 4 children. He's had 4 children since I got here. It's a lot of children to have. He has no job, and somehow he feeds his children. I have no idea how he does it. He's never worked, and he does not sell drugs. That's a fact. He definitely doesn't sell drugs. But somehow he feeds his children. Maybe his parents are rich. I don't know. But he fishes for fish, and he goes and gets the sea urchins. Maybe his wife works. I don't know who his wife is. I know the lady's face is on the block, but I don't know who they're attached to. But somehow he has 4 children, and he's never worked a day in 7 years, and he does not sell drugs. So there's a lot of people on this block that don't work a single day, that don't sell drugs. They just, they have nothing to do with drugs at all. They don't do it. They don't talk to anybody that does it. They don't hang out with people. Actually, there's not a lot of people on this block there's nobody that I know that does drugs. Nobody I know on this block. There was one guy that did. He moved to Davao he moved to Davao 3 or 4 years ago. So, he was the only person I ever knew that did drugs on this block, that lived on this block. It's a pretty clean neighborhood, actually. Theoretically. What they do at night, I have no idea. I don't hang out with these people at night. I don't mind walking down the block and saying hello to them, but I don't have anything to talk about in common, and they're always drinking. And I don't mind that they drink, I just don't drink. And they want me to drink, and they want me to dance, and they want me to sing. When I'm on my way out or in at night, the last thing I want to do is stop and sing or dance. But that's what they want. I don't do that. Well, I might a little bit. I don't know how to dance, and I don't know how to sing, and I might stop and give them a little wiggle, but then I move on. I'm on my way to go somewhere. But recently, since the lockdown, I don't go anywhere at night. There's nothing to do here. I used to leave here, take a nap, and then go to Alona Beach. There's no more Alona Beach. Alona Beach is closed. And when I say closed, there's a gate that you enter into Alona Beach, with a guard, where the board comes down in front of the road. You have to have something to do in Alona Beach to get onto Alona Beach. Now, I can get through it because I live here, but if you're not going to a specific business, you're not going into Alona Beach. Like if you're headed to the Hen Inn for dinner, the guard will say, "Where are you going?" And if you just say you're going to walk around, he may say no. I don't know about now, but last year, he might not let you in. But if you tell him you're going to the Hen Inn for a hamburger, he'll let you in. Or you're going scuba diving. For me, on my birthday, he let me in. But he was pretty adamant about wanting to know where I was going. I told him right away, I don't really care, I'm going scuba diving. So he let me in. But there were people that I don't think he let them in. If they had no business on Alona Beach, everything is closed. Hen Inn was open, and the dive shop that I dove from was open. That's 2 stores out of 300. That's it, 2 out of 300. So, anyway, that's besides the point. I don't know how we got in that subject, but, oh yeah, I don't go out at night. There's nothing to do here at night. There's no bowling alleys in the city. I don't know how to bowl, but I would go bowling. I'm not a bowler. I definitely don't know how to play pool. But if there was a pool room, I might go. I know how to play it. I know what it is. I know the idea of the game, and I wouldn't be afraid to hang out in a pool room, but there are no pool rooms. And the movies are in Filipino. There's no English movies that play here. I went to a movie with a girl going back a few years, going back 5 years. I saw RoboCop in Versailles. You want to talk about something funny? It was actually the new, I guess it was 2015. No, 2014, or maybe it was 2014. It could be a long time ago. And it was in Versailles. Yeah, Versailles. And, but that's not why I went to the movies. And I just went to the movies to kill some time. And there's nothing to do here. How much can you walk around the Ayala Mall? At the time, that's all there was to do, the Ayala Mall. And the girl wanted to see RoboCop. I don't know why, but that's what she wanted to do. All right, I gotta go in and start preparing dinner. It's 4 hours. Make a note of this, that inside the body of this video at the 1 hour and 36 minute mark, I started painting seven sheets of plywood. I painted the perimeter of the plywoods and 7 sheets both sides in 35 minutes, 5 minutes per sheet. So when you hear the fraud say that it takes me 2 days to paint the sheet of plywood, use this as a reference, that at the 1 minute and 36 minute mark, you're going to see me starting to paint. And I painted it with a brush, not a roller, because it sticks a little better when you use a brush. Do I have a roller? Yes. But it just doesn't stick as well. Because in the marine plywood, they put some kind of wax. It's literally like a wax on the plywood. I only painted the plywood to make it white, so that when I make shelves out of it, the background of whatever I put on the shelf is white, and the white will reflect from whatever light I have in the cargo container. I painted it for no other reason. I didn't paint it to protect it from the sun. I didn't paint it to make it waterproof. It's already marine plywood. I painted it for reflective purposes only, no other reason. And then when I make a shelf, and the shelf is 24 inches high, and there's a little light under the shelf, a small amount of light will light up a whole big area, or a flashlight. So that's the only reason why I painted the plywood. But at the 1 hour and 36 minute mark, I painted 7. That's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sheets of plywood in 35 minutes, both sides and all the edges. Except the bottom 4 sheets, I didn't paint the bottom edge. And I don't care about those, because that side's going against the wall. So the outside edge will be what I need to see. And I don't even care about the edges. I can always paint the edges later. But I painted 7 sheets of plywood in 35 minutes. Yeah, that's what Manny used to believe. And theoretically, if you ever listen to all my videos, I've said since day one, since I wrote my book, that some form of creature, not human, but possibly human, but certainly with more powers than humans have. It's either alien in nature or humans that have evolved for billions of years and have always controlled this world. They control the mining, they control the population, they control everything. Then the weather. The battery's low. So, and I've said that this Earth has been terraformed over and over again for billions of years, not millions of years. I've said it thousands of times. Something controls this world. And even the Bible, although no one wants to believe me, I set out to prove that the Bible was the Word of God. And what I ended up proving is that the Bible was written by this ancient race of beings as a storybook, kind of like what's to come, and also to prove that these beings exist. And it's the most complex book in the world, and it coincides with the pictures on pictographs on the dollar bill. I've said this since day one. So spaceships could be from a race of beings that are human like us, but millions of years advanced. It wouldn't even have to be millions of years. It happens to be ecologically provable that they've been controlling this world for millions of years. But in order to be in control of this world, they would only have to be 100 years advanced from where we are now, and they'd have total control of the world. 100 years advanced of electronics, 100 years advanced of thermodynamics, 100 years advanced of transportation, and 100 years advanced of controlling the weather, and 100 years advanced of transportation in the sky would be all that they would need to control this world. But I think these beings are millions of years old, and they've been doing it, building up civilizations, getting the stores and supplies, whatever that is, lithium, platinum, copper, arsenic, gold, whatever the stores are that they need, food supplements, vitamins, who knows what they need. Whatever it is that they need, they collect it, store it underground, and then they wipe out civilization, because we are at a point now where we are aware, a large portion of us are aware, that something is not afoot. And the things that are occurring are not normal or man-made. The weather is no longer normal weather patterns. The governments of the world have been on lockdown for a year and a half, and in the last month, 10 plus million people have been rioting all over the world, in the major cities, in Europe, China, Russia, Korea, South Korea, North Korea, the Ukraine. Tens of millions of people have been rioting, some of them deadly riots against the government. And the lockdowns, you don't hear a word of it, because they are now in total control, like the outer limits. They are in control. And only UFOs would have that ability, and they could make themselves look like planes. Manny used to do videos like that all the time. Andrew says, I agree, paradoxical Q. Definitely otherworldly. Perhaps reality is purely dimensional. Flat Earth, reptiles upon the Earth again. Oh yeah, I mean, look at all the buildings in New York City, and look at all the statues and monuments, all the reptiles. I did hundreds of videos when I went back to New York in 2016 and 19. I went through the public library has reptiles, water fountains, the theater district. You look up and there's gargoyles all over the place. The Chrysler building has stainless steel gargoyles and reptiles. You walk around New York City and you look up, and on the second or third floor, there's gargoyles that stick out from the building 4 or 5 feet. And there was a building when I was a kid, we used to play on top of a gargoyle, that stuck out from the building 10 feet from the parapet of the building. And we used to sit on the gargoyle's head. And we didn't have cameras back then. You got to remember, in 1969, who had a camera? There were Polaroid cameras. No one could afford $2 to take a picture. That was like an hour's wages. That would be like paying $100 to take a picture now. So we didn't have cameras, but there were gargoyles that stuck out 10 feet from the building. We used to sit on the end of the gargoyle. And that was in central Manhattan somewhere. I don't even remember where it was. It was just something that we did as a kid. We would go into a building, take the elevator up to the roof, and look for something to do. All right, I got to go. I'm hungry. I'm tired from talking. And I have some research to do for, I'm still looking for a rebar bender. I'm going to go back to Shopee and see if they have one on their site. They did not have one last week. I'm going to check Lazada again to see if anybody else posted a rebar bender. I need to get a rebar bender. That's like, I need to move the house first, but then immediately after that, I move the cargo container. And then immediately after that, I start bending steel, rebar. So within the next 6 or 7 weeks, I need a rebar bender. And I went through every venue in Cebu, every Korean supply, every Japanese resale supply. Nobody has a rebar bender. It's an amazing thing. It's one of the most needed tools in the world to make a building, and no one has one for sale. Maybe people have them, but not for sale. Okay, so thanks for watching. Good day to everybody from Mr. Congeniality, myself, Michael Fazio, in the Philippines, baby. And remember, Amping Permi, which means take care always, from the Philippines, baby. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by. Thank you, Louis Pagan Punts, for the super chat. Thank you, Bantayan Brawler, for the super chat. And even thank Crazy How for coming on and proving what a fool he was to try to make me look like a fool. He looks like a fool. That's all part of the game, folks. God day to everybody from Michael Fazio in the Philippines, baby. That's right. Amping Permi. Bye-bye for now. That's right.